Do you work through the night a lot? All the time.
Greetings. You're listening to Conflict Radio on the Conflict Radio Network. Greetings, and welcome to Conflict Radio. Today is December 18th, 2020, and today we're going to have Brad Olsen on the show. Brad Olsen is an award-winning author, book publisher, and event producer. His keynote presentations and interviews have enlightened audiences at Contact in the Desert, Awareness Life Expo, the 5D events, and dozens of radio, including Coast to Coast, Ground Zero, and Fade to Black, and television shows, including Ancient Aliens, America Unearthed, and Mysteries of the Outdoors. In August 2017, Brad Olsen started hosting his own syndicated radio show called The Esoteric Circle. Brad is a founder and co-producer of the How Weird Street Fair in the Soma neighborhood of his home base, San Francisco. The Chicago native's esoteric writing continues to reach a wide audience while he continues breaking ground in alternative journalism, public speaking, illustration, and photography. So, we're not going to waste any time. We're going to get right to it. Brad Olsen can be found at bradolsen.com, also cccpublishing.com. We'll be right back on Conflict Radio with Brad Olsen right after this. Well, welcome back to Conflict Radio. I've got Brad Olsen with us. He's written a number of books, including Beyond Esoteric. Brad, how you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing great, Michael. Thanks for having me on the show. It's good to talk to you.
Man, it certainly is awesome to have you on. I have a lot of questions about not only your book, but Antarctica. You went down there, didn't you?
Yeah, I sure did. Well, for the next, 16 days until the new year, I can still say I went to Antarctica last year in January and February 2019. I got on a sailboat with 11 Poles and 3 Americans. And it was a 26-day trip down across the Southern Ocean to the southern continent. And as far as I know, I'm the only researcher in this field that has gone down there with the expressed purpose of looking into a lot of these mysteries and conspiracies and claims about what might be under the ice down there. And while I didn't come away with any smoking guns per se, I did come away with a lot of evidence of something going on down there. And we can get into the details of what that means throughout this interview.
Okay.
But it was a trip that is like no other. I don't think even this year people are going down right now because it's so hard to travel internationally. I would imagine most outfitters have canceled their trip for 2021. And it's summer down there, so this is the time of year people are getting to Ushuaia, Argentina, and that's where about 90% of all the boat traffic, including all the cruise ships, leaves from that southernmost city in the world. I was able to drive down there with my girlfriend at the time, and we both got on the boat together with one other American named Luke Dog, and he's come around Santa Cruz, where I'm at right now, and we've hung out a couple times, and I've seen him. So just made some really great friendships with everybody on that trip. And it was one of those trips where we really became dependent upon each other. And we got caught in some pretty heavy waves and weather on the way down, crossing the Drake Passage. And I got sick, violently ill, seasick. Lost about 25 pounds on that trip, mainly from not eating for 5 days and throwing up all the food I had in me from the previous 2.
So how easy is it for just anybody to go to Antarctica? Can anybody just go there? Do you have to
Sure.
get like a visa or anything, or can I just decide, hey, you know what, I'm going to go to Antarctica?
You can. Like I said, this year it may be an exception because of the lockdown, getting down there, traveling through different countries. But it's quite possible.
It's just a matter
I
of
did it.
resources, I guess.
Yeah, I just showed up. And we were looking into getting on a cruise ship and weighing the pros and cons. It's a much shorter trip on a cruise ship, 2 days down instead of 4, which that's a nice part of it. But people can fly also to King George Island and then get on a cruise ship and go through the Bransford Straits and a lot of these much calmer water channels. There's a whole bunch of islands off of the Palmer Peninsula, which is that finger of land that sticks up towards the bottom of South America. And the water in between there is the Southern Ocean, or this particular passage, the Drake Passage, which is notoriously one of the roughest seas in the world. It's called the Drake Shake, the Drake Quake, because sometimes the way it'll slam the boat, it's quite unnerving. But once in a while you get lucky, and the seas are very calm, and they call it the Drake Lake. We got a little bit of that on the way back, did not get sick returning, but it took 6 days to leave and then zigzag our way on a sailboat without running the motor too much. But on the way back, we got a look at Cape Horn, that southernmost pyramidal peak at the bottom of South America that has claimed so many ships. It's a very rough weather spot. And it's also the demarcation line between the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean. So as soon as we crossed over the longitude line and we knew we had made it into the Pacific, the champagne popped on the boat, and that was our celebration for the whole trip. And the next night we were pulling back into harbor in Ushuaia.
So were you able to just go down there and find a boat that was going, or did you have to make a reservation, or how did that work?
Yeah, most people do it that way, Michael. That's probably the more logical way to go. I didn't have any reservation. Just showed up right before New Year's Eve 2 years ago, and all the cruise ships were pretty well booked. That's the middle of the peak of high season. Bad timing on my part, but it was just the time Emily Infinity and I were getting down there. But we, through a string of talking to people and coincidences and following the intuition, we didn't really inquire at the cruise boat terminal, but there's another dock where all the yachters go to. And in a couple days, we had met what would be the co-captain of our trip, and it was this Polish couple, Wojtek and his wife, and the four of us really got on great. In fact, we went to our New Year's Eve party together in the Ushuaia Yacht Club, and that's when I started speaking to different captains who go to Antarctica, other crew members who have done many trips, and other professionals in the trade that go down there quite a bit. I mean, what better place to start than to start inquiring about some of these great mysteries that I'd heard about. And at first, really nobody knew anything about UFOs under the ice or antediluvian civilizations being revealed or the pyramids poking through. Everybody kind of shrugged it off, didn't know, or even kind of laughed at the notion. But I did persist, and I asked these questions at every one of the 6 research stations we went to in Antarctica and some of these pan-Antarctic islands that are on the outskirts of the Palmer Peninsula. There's quite a few bases on the islands as well as the mainland. They're all kind of the same once you get down there. Crossing the Drake is the biggest challenge. And then the first thing you see are the massive icebergs, the big flat top icebergs that have broken off the shelves. Oh, as big as a 30-story building, like a massive warehouse just floating on the water. And we all had to take turns doing iceberg watch. And there were a couple of times where I thought, oh man, we were so screwed because the waves are so big. just thought we're done. You fall overboard, you are dead. You will have hypothermia within a minute and die.
Yeah, and it's
So,
not
of
like you
course,
were in a
anytime
big boat,
in the
right?
stormy seas, yeah, we had to wear these vests with a big latch on it that were attached to the boat. And there was a time where a couple of the Polish guys on their shift got hit by a wave, and one of them did even fall off the edge of the boat. Had it not been for his harness, we could have had a casualty. But they got beat up pretty bad and soaked. One of the guys had a big gash on his leg, and the ship actually suffered some damage, and we lost a small dinghy. So getting down there is quite the effort, and it is there are barriers of entry to do it.
It sounds like you had quite the adventure. So,
Oh, it
and
sure
that was
was.
just getting there. So,
Yeah.
what did you find? What kind of feeling did you have when you were getting there? Is it like a surreal feeling? Did you find anything?
Well, it sure is a surreal feeling. You get down there, and the continent is 99% covered in ice. So you just see these massive icebergs flowing right down to the water quite dramatically. We even had a few incidences where the icebergs were calving off of the icebergs and splashing into the water. It was quite dramatic to see. It's quite a different world down there because in the wintertime in Antarctica, there's only 1,000 people on the entire continent. When we were there in high season, it gets up to about 30,000, but that's a continent that's twice the size of Australia. That's a continent that is the fifth largest in the world. And there's more volcanoes in Antarctica than any other continent, too. So it really is the land of fire and ice. And all the animals are pretty tame to humans. So we had close encounters with the whales swimming under our boat, to seals coming right up to us or being on the beach and you could walk by them, to penguins and dolphins swimming alongside the boat while we were heading out the Beagle Channel to get to the Drake. Then the dolphins, you see some in the Southern Ocean, but they don't go down all the way down to Antarctica. But the whales do, and the penguins certainly do, and a lot of different species of seals, which have mostly rebounded from being hunted to near extinction, along with several species of whale. But because whales have a much longer gestation cycle with their young, the whale population is still greatly reduced in numbers from nearly being hunted to extinction in the 19th century, and it only stopped around 1965 because there was just no animals left. They were considered commercially extinct, and so the boats just stopped coming because there was nothing to catch anymore. Plus, most of the whales were caught for their oil, and once petroleum was mastered, there was no need for whale oil anymore. So it was an industry that just collapsed. But we got to see some old whaling processing centers that are now ghost towns, and lots of remains and ruins from a bygone era, but really just total desolation in an ice world. So if there was ever an experience that would feel like being on another planet, it would either be deep down in the ocean or Antarctica are the great mysteries left on planet Earth.
So, I'm sure you had specific locations that you wanted to go, to check out with your own eyes, like pyramids or the underground UFO disc. Were you able to just go to these? Did you have to rent a helicopter, or how did that work?
Well, there was some personnel, leaving them unnamed, who said you have to get to Palmer Base. Get to Palmer and talk to the general, and the general will approve you. And if they want you to go, then the general will say so, and then you can go fly out on a helicopter to get there. Well, there was no general, and there was no military, really. That's another misnomer. There's just not the kind of military buildup that a lot of people think. I thought, well, we did see some ships, but It's not like you're seeing missions or their military bases or anything like that. All of the American bases are run through the National Science Foundation, and a lot of them are just researchers there studying the changes in the climate, to animal pattern changes, to temperatures and things like that, because Antarctica is quite like an indicator for the health of the planet. So there's a lot of that going on, and that's very noble work because, as you can imagine, the weather's not so great out there. But another misconception is there were some days where it was actually warm enough to be on the deck of the boat in our t-shirts. And I did the polar plunge 3 times, right in the water with icebergs all around. Got out pretty quick, and 2 times it was at the Vernansky Ukrainian base, and they let us sit in their sauna. So run back up to the sauna, get super hot, and then went back down and took the plunge again.
Yeah, no,
But
no, thank you.
it's good for you.
So, what were you able to find?
Right. So that's what I get asked by everybody, and I'll just be totally honest. Everybody I asked, for the most part, just didn't know anything about these questions of, is there UFOs under the ice? Do you know anything about it? Do you have GPS coordinates? Can you give us any information? Well, we did get a little bit of information. There was one base that was run by the Argentinians called the Brown Base. And I talked to one of the marine biologists quite at length. I skipped the hike that day just to keep talking to this guy. And finally, him and one of his associates did admit that there was a sighting in another one of the Argentinian bases of discs and orbs, and everybody came running out and what's that, and then inter-base banter got to the people at Brown Base, and they were a little reluctant to tell me, and that kind of led me to believe that they probably weren't just making it up. And then we did find out that there is a huge no-fly zone near the South Pole, and that's really odd, because why would you need to have a no-fly zone in the most inhospitable and remote location of the world? Yet there is, and nobody seems to have a very good explanation as to why. The cover story is it's because of the sensitive equipment that they have running, but they also have these giant cat tracks that bring up all the supplies from McMurdo Base for the Amundsen Scott South Pole Station. And if the case was they didn't want vibration, sound, or pollution, well, these things do all 3. So some of it, these cover stories don't make a whole lot of sense. But because the distances are so vast and Antarctica is so huge and so inhospitable, that the cost of travel is very high. So we never got a chance to get in a helicopter. It was just 26 days on the Chief One sailboat, but we did have a larger Zodiac dinghy, and some of the crew were pretty young and adventurous, and they wanted to climb on icebergs, and they wanted to go ashore and explore around penguin colonies and stuff. And I love that kind of thing. Get put ashore and find out where the elephant seals are laying on the beach, and kind of walk right up to them and take a picture. And they're about as curious of you as you are of them. They're not used to seeing humans at all. So one of the big takeaways was just really how tame all the animals were, and no fear of humans, really. Sometimes you could get right up with an iPhone to a mother and her chick under her belly, and it's not like she's hissing or getting agitated. But when you come up with the camera to take a picture, it's more like, hey, you're blocking my view. Get out of my way.
Yeah.
You big lug.
So what
So
was it? What was it
that
like
just made it
to?
kind of special to experience nature in a real up close, even interpersonal kind of way.
So what was it like to look up at the sky at night? I mean, you got to
Well, it was
be miles from
beautiful.
any
A couple
lights.
nights, most of the time it was cloudy. We never saw the stars, but a couple nights we could see the stars, and of course in the southern hemisphere, so the the Southern Cross is very visible in the night sky, just as the Big Dipper is a very prominent feature in the northern hemisphere. You see the Southern Cross in the southern hemisphere, and all the stars are different on the southern hemisphere, which is pretty interesting. I like stargazing sometimes. I have a pretty good idea what some of the stars and constellations are, and they're all totally different down there. So if you like that kind of thing, it's kind of cool to check out.
So what do you think about Antarctica? Do you think that there's not old Nazi bases there? Do you think that there's a possible entrance to the Hollow Earth? What does your gut tell you?
Yeah, my gut tells me that there is a lot of entrances to underground, under ice chambers. As I mentioned, it's the most volcanically active continent in the world. So the propensity for geothermal features heating up big ice domes, it's not just a theory, it's a fact. And I think the Germans had found some of these, and they had chosen a location near a place called the Schumacher Ponds. And these are geothermically active ponds that never freeze in the winter or no matter how cold it gets, because the water is boiling up warm. So they had with this location, they had a fresh water supply, they had warm water, they had heating, and they had the propensity for these massive under ice chambers that nobody would be able to find them in. I reproduced some maps in my book, Beyond Esoteric, Escaping Prison Planet. I think you have a copy. And some of these maps, one of them shows the area of New Schwabenland that the Third Reich claimed before World War II in the late 1930s. And it basically surrounds this area where they put in the New Berlin base. And the other map shows the under ice and under continental areas where the U-boats, the German submarines, could have navigated for literally hundreds of miles under the Antarctic ice sheet, which is 2 miles deep in places. So these maps that have just emerged in the last couple of years are really interesting to see. But if my presentation I give, it's called The Hidden Anomalies of Antarctica, and I speak at conferences and just basically try to educate and inform people about what's down there. But one of my slides shows what Antarctica would look like without the ice. And of course, it's much, much smaller without the ice. Then about all the land mass would equal one Australia if it were just the land, no ice. But with all the ice and all the ice shelves, it's quite big. But on that map with no ice, you can see that there are great rivers and fjords and channels that are covered with ice. So if these intrepid Nazi U-boat pilots were able to steer their submarines way up to some of these, they could have gotten to some pretty interesting places. And you would think in the Antarctic summer, when it's 24 hours of daylight, which is right now down there, it must be an eerie glow that comes, the light percolating through the ice, creating like I would imagine, a deep blue kind of atmospheric a view of what some of these underground caves would look like. I would love to go down there with a film crew and try to find Base 211, and I'm pretty sure I know where it's at. And I know a lot of other people in the conference scene that would love to come with me. It's just a matter of funding. But this year we did talk to a producer in Hollywood, and some other people were getting behind this project. But this year everything came to a screeching halt, as you know, and not much travel is happening internationally at the moment.
Yeah. So you mentioned Antarctica in your book. Now, I want to ask you, what is your book about? It's a
Sure.
series.
Well,
Let's start off with it's a series.
yeah.
What is it about? Escaping the Prison Planet.
Right. And I'll tell you a brief summation of Beyond Esoteric, Escaping Prison Planet. Then I want to ask you a question: is what do you think Escaping Prison Planet means to you? Because I love the wide variety of answers I get, and I've done this on a couple of shows now. Do you want to answer that first? You want me to talk about?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and answer it. I would think that if this was a prison planet, it would be a place where our souls come to be imprisoned in matter form.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a good one, and that's certainly part of it. Yeah, it's also, I would say, my interpretation of what that means is that we have been steered in a way, a narrative of what is reality, what is really going on in this world, what's happening, everything from politics to what the government tells us to what educational systems tell us. And what I found in my research is that oftentimes it's quite a different story. And that's why on the back cover of Future Esoteric, the second book in the series, it's an alternative narrative. It's a new way of looking at a lot of these subjects. And that book, number 2 in the series, concerns itself largely with the UFO question. The first book is called Modern Esoteric, Beyond Our Senses. And that's pretty much all the esoteric traditions up to this modern age. But these are big, hefty, thick books. Each one's over 400 pages. So there's a lot of material in here. And then since I don't repeat myself on any of these subjects or chapters, I needed much longer to come out with Beyond Esoteric. The other 2 took me 3 years each. This one took me 6 years. So I've been really working on this series for over a decade now. And Beyond Esoteric, it starts out with, there's 3 sections in each book. Beyond Esoteric starts out with neo-fascism. And this is where a lot of the information that I have about the Nazi base and the Fourth Reich in America. Now, keep in mind, America is also South America, and by extension, Antarctica, places where it was known that there was immigration of high-ranking Nazis official, quite possibly even Hitler himself.
Yeah, made it to Argentina, right?
Yeah, there's a great series on the History Channel called Hunting Hitler, and I went to a bunch of these locations too when I was in Argentina and down there. And people at the one Eden Hotel in La Falda, just outside of Cordoba up in the hills, not a lot of people don't know there's like another mountain range in Argentina, and the Germans just dominated it. They loved it. It's kind of like the Eagle's Nest and Birch's Garden in southern Bavaria, where all the Third Reich, Hitler had a house. And this place is similar, but even more so is San Carlos de Bariloche, right at the start of Patagonia. And that is like you're stepping into a Bavarian city. It's so German. And I love it because I'm half German, half Norwegian myself, and I have a lot of German heritage in my family, and it felt right at home. And the Argentinians are big, strong, strapping white people for the most part. There are really not many indigenous people in Chile or Argentina, unlike Peru and Bolivia, where there's quite a bit of Argentinian culture and people. But in these places, not so much. It's pretty much dominated by all the European immigrants over the generations, including the Nazi immigrants.
Yeah, it seems that definitely something was going on towards the end of World War II, where it seems like there was definitely a lot of escape over there. I think I've seen bits and pieces of that show on History Channel, and there definitely was a lot of high-ranking officials that made it over there. And I think there's quite a bit of proof of that too.
Yeah, there sure is. So that's sort of the starting point for the neo-fascism section in Beyond Esoteric. Then the second section is called Embargo, based on the truth embargo. So many of these subjects about who we are, where we come from, and who we may be in contact with have just been buried in ridicule and scorn through the mainstream media, through government over the years. But nonetheless, these are some very real subjects. And it also includes our suppressed human origins, which is the name of one of the chapters in the embargo section, about giants and evidence for them. It's quite prolific around the world. Even in Peru, Paracas, Peru, they have a whole museum devoted to these giant conehead skulls that are 30% larger cranial capacity than humans. And they just seem resigned to it. They just seem cool with it. That they know that we've been contacted.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of stories of UFO craft, especially around Lake Titicaca, a very sacred place, the emergence point of the Incan people. So it's kind of like the Native Americans who believe they have emergence points at their sacred places. So do the South Americans. And it's interesting that a lot of times these locations overlap with areas that have a huge amount of UFO sightings as well.
Yeah, it seems that the Smithsonian's covering a lot of this stuff up. And it's not just the giants, it's little people as well. There's a lot of stories and evidence of little people in our history as well that are only like 3.5 feet tall.
Yeah, there sure are. And I did a talk about the giants in our history. And it's only fair to say that there are also dwarves. There are also very small people, and many legends of the Minihuni in Hawaii to the small people, usually in the jungle regions where you have to be kind of small to navigate through very tight confines. But even in the the
United
record,
States, yeah, there's some here too. That the Moonite people, the Cherokee little people.
that's right. Yep, here in North America. But in the archaeological record, there's also the Flores man on the island of Flores in Indonesia, and full-grown male, only 3 feet tall, but very human-like, with all the same kind of human features, just much, much smaller. Similarly, these giants, some of which bodies reach 8, 9, 10 feet tall, and massively elongated, much larger heads than ours. So it stands to reason they're human-like, but not quite human. And that's part of the suppressed human origins that I bring up in that chapter of the book.
So why
But they,
why do you think that they would suppress stuff like this? Why the big secret? I don't understand.
yeah, that's a great question, and I've tried to really get to the bottom of that as well. I just think it's a matter of rewriting history. It kind of goes back to the whole notion of manifest destiny in this country, whereas the white man kind of needed this justification to take over all the native people's lands, consider them to be savages and not civilized, but we're the best that humans can be, kind of thing. In the 19th century, this is a prevailing attitude. So when they would uncover some of these out of place artifacts, or the acronym is UPAs, as well as some of these giant skeletons, it just didn't fit into that model. It didn't fit into Christianity model. It didn't fit into, and I suppose this is why ETs have also been scorned, that you may be looking at something else that is highly intelligent, maybe even more so than us. And I think it was just easier to sweep away the evidence under the rug rather than have a academic discussion about who these giants were and what they left behind.
Yeah, it seems like it might also make their whole religious argument fall apart, right?
Right. Yeah, the God-centric world wouldn't really pertain to that. But some of these elongated skulls, they do not have the cranial suture that human skulls have. You know, those cracks that go up the forehead and kind of radiate out from the top of the skull. These conehead skulls don't have that. So they're not human. They're human-like, but they're just not human. Some of them, the really old ones and the real big ones, even have a double row of teeth and sometimes 6 fingers and 6 toes. So then they're really anatomically different than we are.
That's fascinating stuff. It really is. Have you heard about the? I guess there's 100,000 or more little people graves that were discovered in Tennessee in the early 1800s in eastern Tennessee and southeastern Kentucky, and the Smithsonian came out and just made it all disappear.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all. That's a pretty common thing to happen.
So how do we escape this hiddenness, this need to hide everything from us and to keep us enslaved to this ideology that they have for us? How do we get out of it?
Yeah, that's part of the whole concept of escaping prison planet. And on the back cover of Modern Esoteric, it says the revolution is consciousness. So it's us just learning and starting to grok these subjects and being able to intuitively understand them on an interpersonal level. And that's a huge breakthrough when someone starts to go through that. That just means all the indoctrination and all the propaganda haven't worked very well. And suddenly a person is starting to think for themselves. And that's a very dangerous notion to this controlling elite that we're going to be hearing a lot more of in the coming weeks and months when their game gets exposed. But we agreed we're not talking about politics, so we'll just have to let that one play out as it does. But it's going to show people that there has been a concerted effort to dummy us down, to not tell us the full story, to hide a lot of the interesting information about our human origins and so forth, and also a depopulation agenda. And we have to know what we're up against in order to counter it. If you don't, you're vulnerable. And I'll just leave it at that, but it's getting to the point of survival of the smartest. And part of that is starting to learn about many of these subjects that have been withheld from humanity.
Yeah, that's certainly the truth. You mentioned consciousness, so I want to kind of go there for a minute. A friend of mine, Jared Murphy, he says that our brain is only operating at about 15% capacity. Like we're a computer that's in safe mode. Would you say that that's accurate?
It's probably on the generous side. I would say it's in the single digits percentage use. And I get into that in the Utopia section in Future Esoteric, the whole dark matter of the brain, but what it really means. And indeed, once we start tapping into this uncharted land and all this potential we have, we'll start using more and more of that brain. And the final section of Beyond Esoteric, as I always end on a positive chapters and note in all three of the books in the Esoteric series, the final section in Beyond Esoteric is called Ubermind. And then this gets into this, attaining these superhuman abilities, getting enhancements of ourselves, using our brains and our bodies in ways that have never been done before, at least for us humans that we know of on this planet. So there is such great potential for us, but we just have to free ourselves from these shackles of mental bondage, which we've all been placed under for so long here on the prison planet.
So what do you think MK Ultra was?
Yeah, that is a chapter in Beyond Esoteric, and it was a mind control experiment, psychological operations that worked not only on individuals, but also on a mass consciousness level. And I've heard it said recently, and I tend to agree, that we've all been MK Ultra really heavily too, our entire lives, from cradle to grave. We have been under these psychological operations because they know the humans ever wake up, if we ever learn our true potential, if we ever see who the master is, the man behind the curtain, so to speak, we'll rebel. We're not going to follow that directive anymore, and they lose their power. That's what we're starting to see in the world today. And it's a great thing. It's the Great Awakening. It's us coming into our own power for the first time. And for me, it's very affirming and very empowering that humans are going to make this great leap forward. And we're going to be alive at this time, this wonderful opportunity to watch it all happen in our lifetimes.
Yeah, well, I'm sure a lot of my listeners have heard of Project Mockingbird, where the CIA pretty much runs all of our TV programming. Do you think that's still going on?
Of course.
Yeah, so do I.
Even more so. That's why so many people don't watch the fake news anymore. It's a funny story. In Russia, they would say, "Oh, during the time of Soviet Union, everybody knew the newspaper Pravda was propaganda, but you Americans, you don't even know you're being propagandized." So they were ahead of us because they at least knew that what they were being told was propaganda. Here in America, a lot of people don't even realize that. And this has been known by the CIA and some of these psychological operations for a long time. Even Richard Nixon quipped that the American people won't believe anything until they see it on television. So they know the power of the talking box, and they've programmed it that way. Why do you think it's called programming?
Yeah,
Television.
television. Yeah, yeah, really
Someone
interesting.
else's vision.
Now, one of your topics in the book is being aware of predatory species.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Well, it starts with us having that notion that we're at the top of the food chain and that nobody or nothing can really take out humans on a natural level, but that's not considering the full picture. And the full picture is that humans have been treated and consumed as a sort of livestock to some other ET species, most namely the reptilians, who have a taste for human blood. They like them young, adolescent, before we start getting too polluted with all the toxins in the world.
Now,
And there are other predatory species out there, other ETs that have preyed upon humans. And once again, you have to know your enemy to know how to defeat it. And a lot of humans just have no concept that our planet has been visited for a very long time. And we're up against a very formidable opponent, too. They're telepathic, they have technology beyond our wildest dreams, and they're fourth dimensional. So they can even slip in and out of this dimensional reality. And so we're greatly disadvantaged trying to go up against them. It's my understanding that ever since 9/11 happened, the Federation of Benevolent ETs, the Galactic Federation, decided with a very narrow margin, just kind of surprising, that they needed to help out Earth, or else Earth would become a very problematic planet in a couple hundred years from now. Because if we were to go down the timeline of depopulation, of enslavement, whoever's left, wars, decimating the planet, would not be a very good place to live. But it would be kind of like the movie Avatar, where we'd become this corporation of exploiting a race of people that do not respect others, just go in and take what we want. So it was seen that timeline was kicked off at 9/11. And if something wasn't done, this is the reasoning of the Galactic Federation, that Earth would be this hugely tyrannical planet in a couple hundred years from now. But the other timeline is Star Trek. Remember the great series in the 1960s?
Yeah.
That was created by Gene Roddenberry, and he was sitting in on the Council of Nine. And they were communicating with Earth humans 350 years in the future, who were describing to the group, and Gene Roddenberry sitting in the back, jotting it all down in his notebook, about how Earthlings would be in this golden age, when we would be traveling the universe, exploring for the betterment of science and understanding. There was no scene in Star Wars where you're ever going to see the exchange of money. So in 300 years from now, there won't be any money. It'll be a cashless society. We're all just working for the better good and making these huge strides and advancements. And that's the future, the timeline one, that we all want to see come true. But right at this very moment, we're truly walking on the razor's edge where this could flip either way. But part of the agreement was for the last 20 years, some of the ET races, the benevolent, the good ones, that would not harm us, that wouldn't abduct us, that wouldn't ever be predatory on us. But they don't want to just show up on the White House lawn and say, okay, we're here. Now we're going to solve all your problems and be your babysitters. Then it would become a nanny state, us depending on them. No, they want us to wake up at our own pace, but also they'll help us. And they know that we're greatly disadvantaged against this reptilian group. So for the last 20 years, whenever they've had an opportunity coming in and out of the planet or even plucking them out of underground bases, they're not judging them. They're not executing them. They're not saying nothing. They're just putting them way, way far away on another planet where they can't do any harm, but more importantly, can't come back here. So that has been largely successful, although they're not all out of here yet, but greatly diminished in their power. And the reasoning was because on this planet, and really in all planets, advanced species, and Earthlings are becoming of them, have this free will. We have a choice to make. And this is our karma. This is what we're here to do in many ways. And so the Galactic Federation decided that we could not compete with these very powerful and very manipulative ET predatory species. So by taking them out, now it's just humans dealing with humans, you see? So now when the dark turns to light and we shine a light on the cockroaches, we can start to see them scurry. They don't like that so much. So all that has been hidden is becoming revealed. And that's the back cover of Beyond Esoteric, is there are not going to be any more secrets anymore. It's all going to come to the fore, and it's here for us to want to learn about it if that's what we want. You see, we have free will. You can turn it off. You can watch mindless shows on TV to your heart's content or play video games and not really learn anything out of the experience. Or you can delve right into this stuff, and I'll tell you, it'll help improve your life dramatically to understand these esoteric subjects, because then you'll know what you're up against, but then you'll also be able to counter it physically and mentally with what we're up against here.
Now, I heard from a Native American friend of mine that I guess hundreds of years before Columbus ever got here, the reptilians were a really big race out in the western part of the United States, and the Indians and them actually had a war where the Indians had some tribes that had gotten together. They had a war, and the Indians were able to push them underground. What have you heard about that story? Anything to that?
Oh, yeah. Well, Anthony Sanchez, a friend of mine, he wrote the book called The UFO Highway, and I'm not even sure if you can get it anymore. It was so popular, and people want to hang on to their copies. But in the book, Anthony Sanchez talks about how they knew all the way back in the 19th century when the cavalry was kind of exploring around in the Southwest, and they came up to a giant cave at the Archuleta Mesa, and it was just a graveyard of slain Native American bodies that had been killed a long, long time ago, just the bones laying there at the cave entrance. And so that could be what you're referring to, one of these battles where they tried to get him out of there. But I'm waiting for that earthquake on the 6.0 earthquake under Dulce, New Mexico, to give a fist pump. like there was the big earthquake at China Lakes 2.5 years ago. That was a big underground base getting taken out, largely under the malevolent ET control. So, not sure if you know this, but there are arms of our military that are trained specifically to conduct warfare underground. We have whole battalions who are doing this and clearing out the bases right now from some of these dark forces. And this is all part of the white hats finally turning the storyline around and actually getting one up on these guys, largely because they don't have a lot of the reptilians anymore to have that unfair advantage. So it's a great time to be a part of this, to watch it happen, and sit back and enjoy the fireworks, because it's going to be quite a show.
So the reptilians that they're fighting now are the ones that are here on Earth that are underground. Are they getting any backup or any support coming in from outer space to help them out?
No, they can't. You see, that's another reason why Earth is a prison planet. We are currently under quarantine. There are no ships able to come in and out of this kind of in a support mechanism. They're just getting caught, captured, and sent elsewhere. So we're being given a fair chance, and we deserve it. We deserve a fair chance for the humans to get our act together and get our problem solved by ourselves. We don't need to have aliens come down to do that for us. We can do it ourselves, but it is a Herculean effort to root out this deep state, which is something going on right now, and expose these very dark agendas to take this world back. And I think most people will be behind us. And if we move into this Nasara Jasara world in the new year, you're going to see a lot of this taking place very, very quickly. A lot of truth bombs will be coming out on a daily basis, but also really important things like the release of over 600 patents, which have been withheld from humanity, things from free energy devices. We won't have to burn coal, oil, gas, or use nuclear ever again. We've had this technology for decades.
Yeah.
Since Tesla, really a century, when he built the world system. We could have been transmitting electricity wirelessly. You wouldn't even have to plug in anywhere. Tesla had a vision for this 100 years ago, but he was suppressed.
Didn't Trump's uncle get a hold of all of Tesla's stuff?
Yeah, that's what makes it all so interesting, is that you now have a very close uncle, in fact, to Donald Trump, who had access to Tesla's files after he died. So I think young Donald was certainly exposed to a lot of this potential. It could be that this is one of the big things we're fighting for, is to have this kind of truth bomb come out, all this information that's been withheld from us to be revealed and to be used in a peaceful way. Because just think what we could do if, say, just free energy was able to extract electricity from the fabric of the universe and put it into a power plant or a generator or a battery, or in this case, a desalinization plant. We've got 79% of the surface of this planet is ocean and water. We could start turning the oceans into fresh water, make all the deserts gardens again. So many things, so much potential. And then there's medical breakthroughs that are just going to blow your mind. There's not going to be a need for pharmaceuticals anymore. I like a quote that the future of medicine is going to be color, vibration, and sound. And those three things are going to be used in these what are called med beds to be able to look at us on a cellular and holographic level and be able to personally diagnose just about anything and use the Rife frequency machines. And I profile Royal Raymond Rife in Future Esoteric in the chapter about all the forbidden science that has been withheld from us. He was curing cancer 100 years ago using frequency to just blow apart cancer cells, blow apart any diseases. in such a way that he was having 100% success rate, and they shut him down ruthlessly, just in the same way they shut down Tesla. So these great geniuses through time, they have left a mark. It's just taken us a little catch up to get around all the hurdles that have been put up in place.
Now, we were just talking a little bit about Trump. I want to talk to you about Barron Trump in particular. I have a book in my hand. It was written, I guess, 100 or if not over 100 years ago, called Barron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey. Have you heard of this?
Oh, yeah, for
A
sure.
lot of people think that this book is written about Barron Trump. This is about a time traveler
Right,
called Barron Trump.
right.
What do you think about that?
What are the odds of that?
Yeah, what have you heard about that? If you could give us your insights on that.
Yeah, it's a great story. The names match up. It ties into Tesla technology. It's known to have been written in the late 19th century and just has all these parallels into our modern world today.
Yeah,
When you got the book in your hand, what do you think?
I haven't read it yet, so I'm looking forward to reading it. I haven't gotten it that long ago, actually, and you know how it is being a host. You get 1,000 books you got to read, so I haven't quite made it to this one yet, but I'm looking forward to it. Have you read it?
I've not. No, just kind of scanned what it was all about when I saw it pop up in different social media platforms. But I'd love to check it out.
Now, I want to ask you, and I guess we don't have too much time left, but I do want to talk to you about the transhumanism part of this.
Yeah.
Do you think that the transhumanism aspect of humanity is good or bad?
Well, again, it has the possibility of being good or bad. It depends what it's used for. It could be used to enhance our minds and our body, much like the $6 million man, or it could be used as a way to get us all microchipped or filled with nanobots and a tool for control. So it's very important that people understand that this is going on and how we're actually being terraformed against our will. And what that means is humans are being changed. We're being altered by what we're breathing in, by what we're eating. And I'm not just saying from the food and the air we breathe, but the chemtrails and the additives that are being put in our food and even our water with fluoride. So we are being chemically changed. That's a fact. We just have to know who, what, where, and why this is happening to opt out. And we all have a right to opt out. Again, that's your free will. You can choose not to be a part of this, and that's fine. You have a right, divine right even, to just say no. KNOW. Know what someone wants to do with your body. You have every right to know and to object to any kind of procedure or part of a procedure, say even getting chemo instead of just a non-invasive way of dealing with it, as I mentioned, with the Rife machine. So many options now are going to come to the fore. We all need to know about these things, and transhumanism is right on the top of the list of what people really need to understand is happening to us today.
Yeah, it's fascinating stuff, but it scares me to death. I like the idea of having some kind of implant in my brain, I guess, to where I could be connected to the internet, and whatever I want to know, all I have to do is think about it and I'll know it. Whether it be another language or a complicated physics lecture or whatever it may be. That sounds pretty neat, but at the same time, it really makes me pause and worry that, obviously you could be hacked then at that point, right?
That's right.
You
have a good point there.
Hacked to do what? Do we really want to open up our brains an opportunity to be hacked? So that's something that I guess it's a worrisome thing, and it should be. especially if we can't trust the people that are in control.
Absolutely correct. That's why knowledge is power. The more you know, the stronger you become.
So I want to tell everybody to definitely take a look at your books. All of the things that we've talked about here are mentioned in your books. And as a bit of an off note, you and I were talking a little bit about the fact that I live in Huntsville, Alabama. So to get off of your book subject and to move to Huntsville, Alabama, we were talking a little bit about Project Paperclip, and I guess Von Braun that was brought here, and the Space Center here in Huntsville, Alabama, where I live. This is pretty much in Huntsville, Alabama, for those who don't know, is pretty much where Operation Paperclip took place. At the end of World War II, all of the Nazi scientists, I guess German scientists, I should say, for the sake of bots listening, that all of the scientists were sent here to Huntsville, Alabama, and Huntsville, Alabama is actually where they created the rocket that got us to the moon. And it was created by von Braun and a lot of the German scientists that were sent here. And you wanted to talk to me a little bit about that. You had some info on von Braun to share, and I'm going to give you an opportunity to go ahead and share that info.
Yeah, well, this is all very much interested and relevant to these esoteric subjects, because what that really means is information that's been hidden or withheld to a select few that know about it. Well, in the case of Werner von Braun, he was this genius rocket scientist that created the V1 and the V2 bombs that rained down on London in the waning years of World War II. He should have been on the bench head with Goring and others at the Nuremberg trials for war crimes. But instead, he was shepherded over here in Operation Paperclip, and he was given a new life. He didn't even need to change his name. He was quite proud of it. And you're telling me you see signs and centers that are named after him.
Yeah, we have the Von Braun Center here. It's our convention center, and I actually I Uber a lot. When I'm not doing the radio show, I Uber, and I had a couple of German guys in the back, and they were laughing at all the praise that Von Braun has down here. He even has statues, in downtown Huntsville here, of him. And they laugh because if you even mention von Braun's name in Germany, you're liable to get your butt kicked, they tell me. He was a horrible German.
Yeah, he sure was. And he ran these labor camps at Peenemünde where they had high casualty rates. It was very dangerous work to be working on these experimental missiles. And he was brought over here, and they gave him exalted status, and he's pictured with Kennedy when they're watching the Mercury and then Apollo rockets heading up into outer space. But yeah, he was not only a Nazi officer, but he was in the SS. And there's a saying, once you're in the SS, you're either all in or weekend applicants need not apply. And he was all in, and they all were. And that's what people fail to realize. And I have a picture of him even wearing his SS uniform. It's a very rare photo with Heinrich Himmler coming to inspect the Peenemünde facility. And there's Werner von Braun standing at attention in an SS uniform. So here are these high-ranking Nazis who come over to America and start up not only NASA with Werner von Braun and Hermann Oberich, but they were part of starting up the CIA and transferring that over from the OSS. You have Reinhard Gehlen, another very high-ranking Nazi that should have been at Nuremberg, but instead he's over here playing off the Soviets and the Americans. Largely now, historians agree Reinhard Gehlen was one of the good fanning the flames of discontent during the Cold War to get us very paranoid of the Soviets and vice versa. And then you have, and we talked about this earlier in the show, the MK Ultra German scientists that came over here. And do you know the K in MK is the German spelling for mind control with a K. They didn't even bother changing the spelling. That's how obvious it is. So we were really infected with this Nazi mentality at some of the highest levels in government and also in corporate heads. And this is what the Fourth Reich in America is. And I found evidence for this in South America as well. This is the third power. After World War II, the Germans didn't have a standing army anymore, so they went underground. They did pilfer out all the wealth of Western Europe. And I'll tell you, Michael, there are still tons and tons of gold bullion that have gone missing after the war that the Germans were able to acquire and then start up companies and businesses and the rat lines to get everybody out of there that they want to keep and just put a few token ones up to make it seem to the rest of the world, oh yeah, we're prosecuting these Nazis for war crimes. A vast majority of them escaped, including some really nasty ones. And it's just a travesty of justice. But look, they were in charge of some very high technologically advanced craft that we very much wanted to get our hands on. So naturally bring them into NASA and other areas of research and development. But the famous videos in the 1952 of the UFOs buzzing the Capitol building, for a long time, everybody thought, oh, UFOs are flying over the Capitol. No, they're not. Those were most ufologists now agree that those were Nazi UFOs showing power over our capital and saying, look, you better negotiate with us and stop harassing us down in Antarctica and elsewhere, because that's what Operation High Jump was all about, to try to root them out of their New Berlin base. And Admiral Byrd and others, huge armada of ships down there, it was a rout. The Battle of High Jump was a great loss of American lives.
Yeah, didn't they saw apart the USS Murdoch with a laser?
That's right. Yeah, that came out in Soviet intelligence after the Cold War. That they took out one of our ships. We couldn't shoot them down. And Admiral Byrd later quipped to a Chilean journalist that we are confronted with an enemy that can fly pole to pole at tremendous speeds. Well, Michael, I still don't know if there's any plane that's been disclosed to the rest of us that can fly pole to pole at incredible speeds in one day. So for these craft to come out of the base in 1952 and overfly the Capitol and go back to the base the same day is exactly what Byrd was talking about. So I think we had to strike a deal with them. And I'm good friends with Laura Eisenhower, the great-granddaughter of Dwight D. Eisenhower, and it's just on her show last week. And she's very much an apologist in some ways, but also helping to give us a new understanding of what Eisenhower was up against, including this military-industrial complex, which he warned us about in the waning days of his administration. And I think we're still grappling with that today.
Yeah, you know, it definitely is something that we should keep our minds open to, you know?
Yes.
Brad, do you want to tell everybody where they can find you?
Sure. Yeah. If you want to find out more about what I'm up to and some of the projects I'm involved with, you can go to bradolsen.com. That's BRADOLSEN.com. My publishing website is cccpublishing.com. That's 3C's Publishing. You'll find all my books and other authors that I've worked with and published. And the site specific for the esoteric series is called esotericseries.com, and also have a YouTube channel, CCC Publishing Esoteric Series, where when I was recording all the chapters for the audiobook, of modern esoteric and future esoteric. Also shot video and then put those up in YouTube. So if people are broke, I find a way to let them have access to my content for free. But if you want a book, look, it takes some money to print these up and ship them out and get them going. So I guess that's the premium content that you have to pay for.
Awesome.
These works have taken me years to do, and this is what I do for a living and speak at conferences. And you can find out where I'll be speaking next on bradolsen.com as well.
And I just want to remind everybody that those links will be down in the description box below. Brad, I want to thank you again very much for taking the time and coming on and talking with us today. And we look forward to our next conversation. Until then, we'll be right back on Conflict Radio right after this. Welcome back to Conflict Radio. Welcome to Conflict Radio. Greetings. Today is March 15th, 2021. We have Jared Murphy joining us. How are you, Jared?
I am doing great. Thanks for having me on.
All right. It's good to have you on. And for our guest today, we've got Brad Olsen. He's the author of 10 books, including 3 in his esoteric series, Modern Esoteric, Future Esoteric, and the newly released Beyond Esoteric, an award-winning author, book publisher, and event producer. His keynote presentations and interviews have enlightened audiences at Contact in the Desert, UFO Mega Conference, the 5D events, and dozens of radio shows, including Coast to Coast AM, Ground Zero, and Fade to Black. Welcome to Conflict Radio, Brad Olsen. How are you?
Hey, it's great to be here. I'm doing just fine. Thanks for having me on again.
Yeah, man, it's great that you're joining us. Want to give a shout out to everybody in the chat room. Mr. Fox, it looks like Blue Chicken's in here somewhere, maybe Ivan, and I guess that's all we've got in here so far. Make sure you hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't subscribed already. Brad, we wanted to get you on to talk about, I mean, you've been to Antarctica, right? You've been down there. How awesome was that?
I came back a year and 2 months ago. It's pretty fairly recently.
Yeah, so it's fresh in your memory. That's awesome. We wanted to talk to you a little bit about Admiral Byrd and what you thought of that diary. But first, let's give a shout out to Jared Murphy, who's joining us. Jared, how's your day been? What do you got going on? Anything new?
No, classic Minnesota. It's psychotic, and we went from 60 degrees to now freezing, and it's snowing. So it's I believe it's similar to where it is permanently where you're at least for skiing, right, Brad?
I'm out on the coast in California. It's pretty temperate out here.
Oh, that's still better than, we had green grass and now we're back to winter again, but that's Minnesota, at least until April at the end here.
Yeah, that's a common Minnesota weather, I suppose. It's only March. You're going to still get snow. I was up in, I remember I lived in the Panhandle in Nebraska there for a while. And geez, man, it was like snowing in May.
It can do some really, and then of course we get 100% humidity and 90 degrees. So if you want to train for tropical work, mountaineering, or just complete Arctic Wim Hof stuff, you can do that here.
That's pretty awesome. We actually got the stream going on time today. It's surprising. So, Brad, I guess tell us a little bit about your books, and then we'll dive into Antarctica a little bit.
Oh, sure. You mentioned the 3 in the esoteric series. That's what I've been focused on for the better part of the last decade. First 2 came out pretty concurrently with each other around 2012, and they've since been in second editions and audiobooks. And that's Modern Esoteric, Beyond Our Senses, and Future Esoteric, The Unseen Realms. Then I've been working on the 3rd and final in the installation, Beyond Prison Planet, Beyond Esoteric, Escaping Prison Planet, for the better part of 6 years now. And this book contains my information on Antarctica and a whole lot more. That I use the word Beyond Esoteric because it's can be thought of as this goes way beyond what any 19th century occultist could imagine the world that we're living in today. In some ways, it's 1984 on steroids. In other ways, it's Brave New World by Aldous Huxley, where everybody's just indoctrinated on entertainment and media. But the few that get it, well, that's the definition of the word esoteric. It's information that's known by a select few. In fact, when the word changes when enough people start to change that subject by knowing about it. So when everybody begins to understand something, it becomes exoteric and not quite as interesting anymore. Well, it's still common knowledge, but I like these subjects because to me, it gives an explanation about a lot of things, including the ET realms, including what's going on in the world today and where we've been. A history lesson like no others. And so to know about Antarctica plays into this. And I'm very fortunate because I've been traveling quite a bit in my life. First started out as a travel book writer, and now I've been to all 7 continents and continue to do a lot of work, mostly talking at conferences about the mystery of the megaliths of South America, for example, as well as my trip down to Antarctica. The talk is called The Hidden Anomalies of Antarctica, which I'll be giving this weekend coming up in Las Vegas at the 5D conference, one of the very few live conferences of the year. And starting this Friday night, I'm moderating a super soldier panel, which includes Michael Jaco, James Rink, and Penny Bradley, and I think 1 or 2 others. So that takes us from where I've been to into the future, to answer your question.
All right. Now, I wanted to ask you about what you thought of the Admiral Byrd diary, and then we're going to get to Jared, because Jared's been doing some research on this, and let's talk about that and discuss whether or not this is fake or not. What do you think?
Well, probably Jared would have a better authority as to what the audacity or the veracity of this document is. I only collect data points, guys, so I'm familiar with it. I've compared it to other things, most especially the big reported hole near South Pole. And I could tell you for an absolute fact that there is a no-fly zone over the portion of near the South Pole, up on the Antarctic Plateau, which is over 2 miles deep of ice, down to the old plate of East Antarctica, which is part of the original Pangea. It's rocks that can date over 3 billion years old. Whereas the part I went to is up on the Palmer Peninsula, just south of southern tip of South America. That is the closest connection between a continent and Antarctica. And that's where we sailed over. I went on a sailboat for 26 days to get over there. And that landmass is much newer. So Admiral Byrd, he founded Little America. He'd been to Antarctica many times. Of course, he was the admiral in Operation High Jump post World War II, but he's also a very skilled aviator. And he went far and wide in an airplane over Antarctica, as well as he's also an Arctic explorer too. And he had many firsts as an aviator. So he was the first one to be really looking with a critical eye at the whole continent. And if anybody were to be able to find something like this entrance to inner Earth, I would say the odds are it would have been Admiral Byrd, if such a thing exists. But I think a lot of data points suggest that it does. So be interested to hear Jared's point on that.
Oh, I agree with everything you just said. As far as, like you said, the data points, you start collecting, okay, what are the facts, and then what are the stories, and then people get really, it's so, who doesn't want to get excited about our true history? And then, then the story comes up, and we got Jules Verne as a reference, and then we have, oh no, it happened to a sailor in the 1700s, and then Admiral Byrd has this diary, and then it's just like, I'm not a big fan of, again, having started my research on my book over the course of 4 years. When I got into one of the earliest ones too is Zechariah, Sitchin, and then it's like, okay, show me the cuneiform tablets, and it's like, well, what do you mean there are none? Well, that's not possible. There's a whole database of them. So then it came to the Admiral Byrd thing. It's like, okay, high jump. Okay. Well, okay. Are we in Antarctica? Or are we in the, I couldn't believe that the data points on the stories are what's one of the most confusing things for people to go out looking is, okay, one sentence they're talking about the Arctic and the North Pole, and the next sentence they're talking about Antarctica. And I'm like, am I being punked? Is this like the other sciences going on right now. I mean, how are we switching between two poles in a single sentence, in a single paragraph? And I'm like, are these all misinformation blogs? Are they all, is it that necessary to throw everybody off? What's going on? So you finally sort through it all. And then, okay. So high jump. I mean, they establish a military base. It's occupied and abandoned, I think, in the 70s or late 60s. They abandoned the base that was set up. But other than that, and other than these Richard Miller Allen accounts being with Bird and in an open pit, I don't have any data points on this mysterious diary. So for those out there listening live, part of being that, personal researcher, I mean, have you seen anything on the actual diary?
Well, the diary I thought was just a book published by his son, wasn't it?
I've seen some handwritten pages from it, and I think it has been authorized as his handwriting, but maybe those were pages out of context. I couldn't be sure.
Yeah, I and that's the other thing. So it's like, okay, so this is so important to all of us because, again, we have an unexplored continent other than natural resource drilling. And they're like, oh, it's not like this is a big surprise. I mean, for years, they've been directional drilling has brought up. I don't think people really get how oil drilling really works. I have somebody who did it. And just the techs that manage, we're talking, they go miles. They swerve and they curve and they pull up all sorts of debris. And in many cases, it's been tropical plants, or even we have petrified trees on the Antarctic continent. As you pointed out, it's extremely ancient, and there are trees that are petrified there that existed pre-dinosaurs. So
right.
Here we go. It's okay. So it's a very mysterious continent. It's deserving of more adventure and research. So before we even get into the general topic, I want to stop because as I got more and more frustrated, I'm already planning an expedition back to the Grand Canyon. I'm sick of people talking about it. I'm a climber. I have lots of friends that were very, very advanced people I trust to do the work that it's going to need to do 2 or 3. We go to Devil's Tower. That's 1,200 feet. It's not a big deal. But I got on this. It's a secondary issue. But you've been to Antarctica. What was it like? Not that you don't have resources on it, but
yeah,
it's an otherworldly type of environment. You guys want me to describe it?
Please.
Yeah, tell us.
Yeah,
about
I mean, we've never been, I don't think most of us have ever been there.
No, very, very few people ever have. It's something like, I did crunch the numbers. Lonely Planet book. Believe it or not, there's a 256-page travel guide to Antarctica published by Lonely Planet. And someone on my sailboat had a copy, and I read it from cover to cover twice. It was the only really compelling book I had. So I just basically memorized all these facts and figures. And one of them was the annual tourism load is about 350,000 people. And if you think about the barrier to entry to get down there, that's actually a lot. Last year, it didn't happen because of COVID, or very, very few made it through because you just couldn't travel to Argentina or Chile. And down there on Terra del Fuego on the southern tip of South America, called the Isle of Fire, named for the not volcanoes, which I was expecting to see, or anything geothermal, but actually the fires that were made by the Patagonian giants that were huge, huge people next to the Europeans that lived with very few clothes in one of the most inhospitable places in the world. So you leave from there and you just go south across this Drake Passage into the Southern Ocean, the 5th ocean of the world. You ever want to win a bar bet, have someone name the 5 oceans? I think 9 out of 10 will not know the Southern Ocean is the 5th. And it is notoriously the roughest seas in the world. We got terribly seasick. I lost about 25 pounds on the whole trip. Just didn't eat for about a week. And
because you did the sailboat. You did the sailboat, right?
There's barriers to entry. Even cruise ships, 50% of passengers get seasick. And you can fly over too, but then the costs just go up extra ordinarily the farther in you go. So if you want to take an expedition and check out that pyramid poking through the ice, I know where it is. And I've talked to people who have flown over it that don't think it's anything more than a nunatak, which is their word for an attractive mountain. But I asked them, do you ever stop there and maybe with a geologist or archaeologist and poke around? They said they never have. So
All
there's
right. Well,
mysteries
let me
to be
just
discovered down there.
let me just interrupt
Sorry,
you
go
for
ahead.
1 second. I just
No
want to
problem.
interrupt you for 1 second. Recap Goblin puts in here that you need permission from over 180 countries to even go to Antarctica, and I want you to go ahead and tell them that's not true, is it?
No, it's not true. You don't need permission except for the country that you leave from. So we did have to go to the customs house in Ushuaia, Argentina, register the boat, know who the captains are. They have to be in touch because our lives are at stake. If something were to go wrong with the boat, we need to call for help. And they photocopied our passports. And I'll tell you the one unique thing about going there is we were already stamped into Argentina and they stamped us out. And for 26 days, I was not stamped into anywhere, which is kind of weird because usually when you go international travel, you go somewhere and then you disembark and then you get stamped back in. So there's nothing like that in Antarctica. In fact, per the Antarctica Treaty ratified in 1961, you don't need to get special permission from anyone. It is reserved for science and exploration. And it says specifically that trip can go where they want. Now, there are some places that are off limits, such as this no-fly zone over the South Pole.
So who enforces that?
So that is kind of like international law because the Antarctica Treaty basically sets aside the whole continent as a biosphere, like a national park, but a world park. There are 6 countries that still make certain claims, and there are some old legacy bases which they allow to carry on, but it's expensive and difficult to maintain a base down there. So we saw a few that were, some old whaling stations that were in total ruins, like a ghost town, but other ones that had closed down. One became a museum at Port Lockroy, which was one of the British bases that was spying on the Nazis during the whole New Schwabenland World War II. And they were largely responsible for feeding the information to the Americans and were part of that expedition to extract the remaining loyalists to the Third Reich. And they presumably lost that battle. And the Fourth Reich then became what it was. That's a whole other discussion. But what Antarctica was like, in just a nutshell, it's otherworldly, you guys. It's really, if you could go to another planet, like an ice planet, that'd be it. Because there's really nothing green or orange or red. It's just blue, black, and white are the 3 colors you see everywhere.
Is it sunny down there? Like, is it like a blue sky, or is it cloudy and kind of like snowing all the time?
Oh, we got all 3. One day it did snow about a foot on the hull of our boat that we had to help shovel off. There were mostly cloudy days. It's stormy down there. It's usually winter jacket weather, even in the height of summer, when the days are 20, 21, 22 hours long, including a couple hours of twilight. And then it only gets dark very briefly in the middle of their summer down there, which is pretty cool to experience the midnight sun. But there were a couple days where it was sunny and we were sitting on the deck and actually getting a suntan in our bathing suits. And I did the polar plunge 3 times, which is jumping into the water amid the icebergs. 2 times we're at the Vernansky research station run by the Ukrainians, which happened to be another British base that was spying on the Nazis during World War II. And down there at the Vernansky base, now run by the Ukrainians, then they have a sauna they let us use to run in and out of the water. There is the southernmost bar in the world. It's called the Faraday Bar, named after the British inventor Faraday. Came up with the Faraday cage and things others in his name. So that was kind of cool. They threw out the red carpet and they brew their own vodka down there. So we were hooting it up till the wee hours with the Ukrainians one night.
So was there a glare? Was it like the sun beaming off the snow like in your face the whole time? Was it like deep snow or was it
No, it's just like Jared out in the snow in Minnesota. It's pretty much the same. It's nothing brighter or different from the way you see the snows in the mountains and the ocean.
All right, just want to give a shout out to Hot Sauce here. He just gave us a super chat, though. Thanks a lot, Hot Sauce. Distorted this, I think it was. Let me see here. Redcap Goblin wants to know: would it be possible to get declassified maps of Bird's route and recreate it? And then Distorted Reality said, "I just got a hardback book of Bird that is signed, and his second book has all kinds of maps inside." Now I'm assuming he's talking about his son that published the book with the diary in it. I mean, I'm sure that's where it all came out. That's where it all came from. And then he might have released some pages of the diary here and there, but it's all coming from his kid. I mean, what do you think, Brad? Can the route be recreated? Is there any way to know which route he actually took?
For high jump?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure. They came from two directions. That much is on Wikipedia. It's well known. What happened, the circumstances of the Battle of High Jump, that's actually still classified. Boy, would that be great to take a look at that, be among the first researchers to have a look at the declassified documents about what really happened during Operation High Jump. But just to consider the maps, yeah, it's pretty well known. They came from the east coast of the U.S. and they also came from the Pacific Fleet. And then they, I don't know the exact details. Some of them went to Little America that Admiral Byrd founded, which isn't too far away from McMurdo Station, which is run by the Americans, and it's the largest base in Antarctica. And to get to it, you fly in and out of New Zealand. To get to the New Schwabenland area claimed by the Nazis, the closest continent is South Africa. And then all the Palmer Peninsula is accessed via South America.
All right.
So they did come down that way. And then one group went towards New Schwabenland, or they rendezvoused in Terra del Fuego and then went over there. And that's where the Battle of High Jump occurred.
All right. Barry wants to know, what kind of wind did you guys have when you were there in your sailboat? And does the navionics work there?
Not sure what navionics means, if that's some sort of communication device. We did have several different radios, of course. It's hairy, man. So we are kind of late getting out of Ushuaia on the first day. And they're running this like a charter boat. So everybody wants to be on time and they have a schedule they want to keep. But it was 11 Poles and 3 Americans. And it was kind of a Polish joke that they didn't figure out that the rudder was stuck in the mud for the first day. So we actually could not leave Ushuaia until it was getting close to night. And then the next day we woke up, we were still on the Beagle Channel, and they said there was a little bit of it was a big weather disturbance that had just passed by Terra del Fuego. And so the captain, we were all together, and he was saying that what we want to do is catch the end of that storm, and it'll just fling us down there real quick. And that part was right. We made it in 92 hours, just under 4 days, to get down to the first island, which is St. George Island. And there was a Polish base there called Arktowski, and that was our first landfall. And boy, were we glad to go ashore and hang out with them. And we partied one night with them. It was really fun. They let us take showers. One and only time I used Wi-Fi on the trip. But there were fierce winds, to answer your caller's question. I just remember the waves being ginormous. And when we weren't seasick, we'd have to help out with watch. And once we start getting down towards the South Shetland Islands, where King George Island's the largest of, there were the big icebergs. That was the first thing I saw, is just icebergs as big as a 30-story flat top building.
And they were just out there scattered all around?
Well, no, at first it was just the giant ones way off in the distance. If you know the Mercantile Mart in Chicago, it's like a big 30-story monolithic building right along the Chicago River there. It kind of reminded me of that, just massive thing. And then once we got in, there were some channels that were really chock full of ice. One we couldn't pass on the attempt to go through. It's called the Lemire Channel. But then after Vernansky Base, we did make it through, and it was just, utterly spectacular. And only first sailed by a French admiral a little over 100 years ago. So a lot of these places are still being discovered and mountains being climbed. So, for example, there's a couple giant granite soaring rocks right out of the ocean at the entrance to the Lemire Channel. The Lonely Planet book said they had only just been climbed in the late 1990s. So people are still making first ascents and still naming mountains and finding stuff down there. And it's that kind of place. It's very dangerous. The level of entry is high because you got to get across these stormy seas. And then it's just, most of the time, it's really cold as hell. And the wind gets going, it can be life endangering. You have to seek shelter, or you could easily die of exposure.
Does it seem like the weather is like paranormal in some way? Like the weather is kind of like it's not normal. Like you know what I'm saying? Like it's like maybe some kind of defense mechanism for the pole.
Nah, I didn't really pick that up when I was down there, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it'd be much different if you went to the North Pole. You get warm days, you get cold days, and you get very long days because you're way up at those latitudes. We made it to within 1 degree of the Antarctic Circle, and everything below the Antarctic Circle, all the way to South Pole, that's where you have the 24 hours of daylight leading up to and during the solstice. Conversely, you have the darkness during the winter solstice at both poles, and that's what the Arctic Circle means in our northern latitudes.
All right.
So it's a different world down there, but it's still, you can still tell it's Earth. Great to see all the penguins live. You know, we always saw them in the zoo, and it was funny to watch them. But down there, just, man, the penguin colonies, thousands of them up on hillsides. You're like, wow, how the heck did they get way up there and stuff? And they're very, very animated, and they have no fear of humans with the animals. We had a whale swim right under our boat. Him looking at us as much as we were looking at him, and going right up to elephant seals or leopard seals laying on the rock, or some of them are waiting for the penguins to just walk by at night and snatch them.
All right. So let me
blood stains.
let me ask you. I mean, obviously you're at this point. You're sailing around Antarctica. Is there anyone stopping you from just getting out of the boat and taking a walk wherever you wanted to on the island? So you could literally, unload a whole boat full of supplies and hike to inner Earth if you wanted, right?
Yes, you can. If you knew where it was, because you got to understand, Antarctica is the 5th largest continent in the world. So the distances are vast. If you wanted to find a location, say, what I would love to do is go with a film crew to base 211, the New Berlin base, try to locate it. I think I know where it's at. And just go snoop around there for a week or two. It'll cost you. That's the thing. You better come with a budget. And if you're bringing a film crew and it's any period more than a few days or a week, you're talking $1 million budget. Easy. And it only goes up from there. But if you wanted to do something independent like I did, I went down there about the least expensive way you could possibly go for the amount of time that we went.
Yeah, and you can do it. Nobody's trying to stop you.
Yeah, no, not at all.
All right. Jared, let me ask you, you're looking at maybe putting together a team to go to Antarctica, right?
Yeah.
Obviously not right now, but one day.
Yeah, well, we're pretty far along with planning to go back to the Grand Canyon. The issue isn't equipment, because we have double what we would need to set proper routes, to secure equipment, or that. But the Antarctica is an entirely different trip, and I've looked at the French shipping vessels and the assorted independent methods. Like Brad's saying, it's exactly right. On the cheap side, if you were doing it without a completely pro film crew, you could probably do this for maybe $500,000. But again, by the time, depending on the length of time you're going, and to pay everybody and to get everything dumped and there and back, it's I kind of figured it was going to end up being around 1 million. But the other thing is no one goes to, like he's saying, it basically Antarctica, if you just take the map of America and throw it down, it's slightly bigger than that.
All right.
I mean,
so if anybody's
it's big.
listening and they want us to do a special and document a trip to Antarctica, just PayPal me $1 million and we
Yeah.
will get a trip together and go. That's not a problem. But I think it's more like 1.2 million because it's not just the money it takes to get there. You know, you have to pay for your bills and everything, you know, for your place while you're gone as well. It's not just a vacation that you're paying for. It's all the missed work, and you have to still pay the bills at home when you go. So $1.2 million, and we will set that up. Just send me a PayPal. You can send me an email, and I will let you know what my PayPal address is. No problem. So, Jared, what is it that you want to go there for? Why do you want to go there? Is it because is it because of what we're hearing about Inner Earth? Because of what we're hearing in Admiral Byrd's diary, which is most likely a fake?
So, well, it's two things. One, there are certain things that in the circle, like contact in the desert, there are certain things that continuously keep coming up. And for people who are new to the subjects, it's very exciting to get into it and learn about, everyone, that's the train no one's heard for a while, because I'm sitting on the train tracks, literally. But I am a very inquisitive person, and I like to do the research, and I don't want to just chat about this story about Admiral Byrd going somewhere and doing something one day, when the questions we want to answer, there's a number. One, there's post-Diluvian, post-Younger Dryas cultures that have gone there, like the Vikings or other societies. Why do we have the P. Reese map? Why are the maps of the Sea Kings, including Antarctica? Why? Those are just contemporary maps that clearly indicate a much more extensive traveling people. Could it be the Phoenicians? Sure. But what about much, much earlier? What about that city off of Cuba? What about the worldwide polygonal cymatic blocks? So it shows that there's at least one ancient advanced human society that was here. And Antarctica is one of those places where we can't not fall into something. And so right now we have this big fat story about if we could get to Inner Earth and Jules Verne this stuff, super duper. But I don't want us to continue to chat about it with the incredible amount of money out there, and for all those out there that are collecting the oddest things, the age of people like Arthur or Arturo Pizanski, true explorers. It's time to get back to it. It's time to go. It's time to continue to inform people, but it's also time to do the work. So to go isn't, for me, it's not about, it's like, like what Brad said, not everybody goes. Well, okay, that part's true. But for us and for people interested like Brad, myself, you, others out there listening, there is zero reason not to make an expedition into planet and go back and make a serious attempt at looking at the layers of information, finding what we can find on an extended trip. There was a point where explorers were just happy to find and put a flag in the ground and go, well, we didn't die and we made it to, the center of this or the center of that. So this case, if we can locate an entrance to Inner Earth, okay, great. But do I think that there is legitimate archaeological work to be done there? Absolutely. So taking a solid guess with 2 kilometers or 2 miles of ice or a mile, that's going to make it really hard to do any per se digging. But we have those mountainsides and those other areas, like Brad said. Where's the geologist? We're going to go with interdisciplinary skills. It's not just that you have the balls or can withstand the cold. The idea is to go with an interdisciplinary group that can recognize, are you looking at a natural pyramid, or are you looking at something that was built? Has it been weathered and destroyed, or is it functioning? So there's a couple out there things that people keep saying about Antarctica, and it's not impossible to go. In business, I've shipped things from China, for instance. I know how shipping containers work. I know I know what it costs to work from a factory to get things shipped and moved and then across country. There is a lot of layers of logistics in order to lease a ship, in order to have it captained to a port, and exactly somebody like Brad, who's also interested, done the work, been there. And for everyone out there listening, I mean, look at just, this is good that everyone's participating in the chat, but I want to bring attention to everyone in the chat that exactly those kind of comments. Well, you need to get a parchment signature from 160 countries. That's not what was said, but there's so much misinformation about going to Antarctica alone. I think it's super important that just the topic of Brad bringing up that you can go, there are sailboats, there are cruise ships, there are French resupply ships. There's a lot of different things you can hop to get to a lot of different places, including Brad already. I was going to ask him what the bars were like, and Brad, were there any other, like, what's a bar or restaurant look like in Antarctica? What does eating in Antarctica look like?
Okay.
Right,
guys, got to understand, nobody's down there. They're all leaving right now, to the point where it's an abandoned continent. Over the cold months coming up, including winter solstice down there, which is our June 21st up here, there's only 1,000 people on the entire continent, and they're all working in bases. You have to have some kind of shelter. There's no such thing as camping or backpacking. Maybe in the summer months, you could do an expedition for a couple days. Prince Harry went cross-country skiing. Remember when all the elite were going down there in 2015, 2016? He went down there and he did his cross-country trip from 89 parallel south to 90 degrees, which is pole. And they were gone for about a week, and they outfitted the whole thing. What's interesting, they went right over that no-fly zone area, and they presumably had a look at that gaping hole. Now, you got to understand where that hole is reported to be, and Linda Moulton Howe's whistleblowers talk about it, and other researchers, including what's mentioned in Bird's diary. Let's just collect all these and say that's a data point. So we're looking at what could be located down there. And you look at Google Earth, they have a big white screen in a circle even, which could give you the indication of where it's located.
Yeah.
But it is up on the polar plateau, which is over 2 miles of ice. So even if it's just a hole in the ice, okay, which is perfectly plausible because Antarctica is the most volcanic continent in the world. There's 91 known volcanoes. Where there's a great big molten pool down there that has just popped open the top ice dome. Safe enough, big enough, reportedly like 35 or 50 miles across, big enough that Bird and others would feel safe dropping their plane into it, flying into it, getting to the bottom and circling back around and having enough room to maneuver a plane like that.
Yeah, that'd be fascinating, wouldn't it?
Would be fascinating. But you know who is working at South Pole, which is another American base? It's called the Amundsen Scott South Pole Station, named after the first two explorers that got there within 35 days of each other, except the British Scott Party. All 5 of them perished on the ice, where the Norwegian Amundsen, the first to pole, he got back safely with his team. But at that station, which you can visit, you usually have to call ahead of time, as we did when we anchored and went ashore at the stations we went to, including the U.S. base called Palmer, the other third major American base down there. They have to say, okay, you're cleared to come in. And you can. And I know people who have flown to Pole, and I know people who have worked at Pole and done supply runs. And that's what Brian S., Linda Moulton Howe's whistleblower, said he was doing. But they got an emergency call at another base, and the direct route was through the no-fly zone. And that's when he saw the big gaping hole in the ice. Now, what may be down there, if it's megaflora and megafauna, as some of the more outlandish stories suggest, another world down there, an inner Earth, I don't know.
Now, when you say down there,
to the center of the Earth. Yeah.
When you that's all right. When you say down there, you're basically talking about like if there was a big hole in the ice. Well, that's a weird sound that's coming in there. There, it's gone now. So it's basically a 2 mile deep hole in the ice that goes down to the ground. Hot Sauce wants to know. He sent another super chat. Thanks a lot, Hot Sauce. He, she. What about the rumor that Antarctica is Atlantis covered in ice? So it could basically be like a 2 mile deep hole in the ice, maybe what, like 3 miles wide, 4 miles wide? How wide would the hole be?
I said earlier, 35 to 50 miles.
Miles.
It's massive.
So it could easily be Atlantis there.
Something could be down there. If there's even large, so mega fauna and megaflora means giant. So there's supposedly mastodons and giant sloths that are 15 feet tall and all kinds of really, to the logical mind, seems outrageous.
And this
that
all
it could even be living in Antarctica too.
And this
But
all came from Bird's Diary?
Portions of it have, and there have been a couple other data points that have said there's something like that down there.
What other data points can you refer us to?
Well, nothing came out of Prince Harry. They didn't even admit they went to it. But I have heard just of people, other explorers from the 19th century is one, and I think there's a modern person too. Also, there were two women who were going to cross-country ski across the whole of the polar plateau one year, and this was in Nexus magazine, and it was picked up by some New Zealand papers because the girls, before they set out, they said what they were going to do, and they came up upon that no-fly, no-go zone, and out of nowhere, they had not seen the hole, they didn't even know it was there, but they had just routed it in a way that they were going to cross by it. And so before they got there, all these helicopters came out and intercepted them and said, you're not actually going any further, ladies. Get in the helicopter. We're taking you back the way you came. And they did. I mean, the women protested and stomped and screamed and said, you're destroying your lifetime dream. They said, well, you can't go there. It's a no-go zone. So there are places like that, and they will come out and intercept you. So just to say, oh, well, we're going to go down even to the old German base, 211, it could still be occupied. It could still be used. In my talk, The Hidden Anomalies of Antarctica, I show one of the three, which I believe is the most verifiable of the three reported motherships that are defunct and under the ice and partly protruding. Another one, I reproduce a photo in Beyond Esoteric, which most of my Antarctica information is in this latest book. And the one I show in the New Schwabenland area, just about 100 miles inland from the mountains, up on the polar plateau, is this giant craft. And if you go back in the Wayback Machine of Google to the year 2013 and do the coordinates, the GPS coordinates for the Conan base, you'll come to it. It's a seasonal base. It's on maps. In fact, I saw this on a map from the pre-end of the Cold War. So they were Cold War era maps, one produced by Nat Geo in, I think it was 1986. So the Cold War was still going on, and the flags in New Schwabenland were for West Germany. The West German government existed during the Cold War. So this is the point. The Germans have never left, and they knew about this craft under the ice. And it's, I believe, one of the three called Nina Pinta and Santa Maria, named after Columbus's three ships, the nicknames for them. And this has got to be one of them. And an additional data point on that is the remote viewers over at the Farsight Institute remote viewed this location and said it was some kind of massive machine under the ice. So in the 2013 shot that I have in my presentation, you can actually see a forward base above the ice. So there's a landing strip for planes, there's a snowmobile loop, and other snowmobile tracks around it. And they appear to have been digging it out in 2013. You can see a lot of dig and coloration on the snow, that there's big excavation going on. Subsequent years after that, including today, if you were to go there, it's like they put a circus tent or something up. You just see these poles that are collecting the snow, and it's all covered up again. But quite telling when it was exposed and could be seen. And I think that's the best evidence we have for one of these
Hey, I got a question before we get too far. Do you,
Yeah.
in your opinion, I have not seen any good information. Of course, it's online, right? To your knowledge, is there a place everybody can look and actually say, okay, here is the grayed out area of where the alleged hole is? Or is it just again, since the whole continent's the size of America, is it in Texas, Minnesota, or Rhode Island?
Well, it's not too far from the South Pole.
So is it like, so if we're looking at the map, because everybody gets dropped on, like if you get dropped somewhere in Antarctica, well, you're clearly stopping, like you said, when you called ahead. So you took the sailboat. I want to back it up. So for people to get that they can hop, because I know the sailboats, the quotes I saw were 8,000 to 12,000 for sailboat. Is that correct?
Yeah. We got a good deal and paid $6,000 per person, about as low as you could go. We had to pay cash for it, and that was an ordeal in and of itself, trying to round up that much hard cash, even though we had it, but getting it through to Argentina was difficult. But we made it work.
Yeah, and then so when you get the boat set up, then what happens with, where's your first stop when you get to Antarctica, and where do you stay?
Well, that was on King George Island at the Polish Arktowski base, but the entire time we slept in our bunks in the boat. So we were assigned bunks, and that's where you had your personal belongings. And Emily, a girlfriend at the time, she was the bunk above me, and I had the wider one down below, and we could occasionally lay together and listen to Coast to Coast or something on the headphones to entertain ourselves, because there were hours
or conflict radio.
Yeah, there we go.
Hey, Barry wanted to ask you a question, Brad. Jared, is that a train?
Yeah, I'm going to mute myself out. That's
so
a new
loud.
train.
Barry wants to know how big your boat was. And before you answer that, Red Cap Goblin wants to know if you were also able to see the moon there.
See the moon. It did poke out once in a while. I'm sure we did see it. It is down there, as well as those very, very long days, because I was down there from mid-January till mid-February in 2019. So the days were very long. It was only a month past the solstice by the time we got there. So days were still quite long. And the boat was 72 feet. And it had a forward galley that was waterproof, that had a submarine round handle you had to spin around to open. And that was good, because that was an air compartment in case we impacted a iceberg, which could be deadly for everyone aboard if we were to take on water.
So that's
going. Say again?
I'm sorry. I was going to say that's a pretty big sailboat. That's not your little 40-foot. No.
It was a former racing boat. It was built as a New Zealand racing boat. So it was very well constructed, very solid boat. But this was her maiden voyage. It's called the Chief One, and it was anchored out of Gdansk, Poland. And I think it's still down there. They did keep it there last season, and they did a couple charters to Antarctica. But I think this year they weren't able to run any trips.
Yeah. Huh.
Okay. So my next question is, as you're sleeping in your bunks, you said you guys had to call ahead to different bases. So how do you get off the boat? Literally, for people to understand this, I know what a normal dock and slip looks like, but you get off of what is really more galleon style, large sailing craft, but you get off of it and you're picked up by a giant snowmobile, tracked vehicle. What?
No. Here's what happens every time. Very rare. No, there was not a single time we came to an actual dock with the sailboat. It was always dropping an anchor, getting a secure, firm foothold. And then there was a winch on the front, which could lift up, and we'd help do this with our crew, because we weren't really there as guests. We were more part of the crew. We had duties and chores included with the cost of the trip. And so one of them was getting the dinghy in the water. And it's a big Zodiac, about a 12-foot long Zodiac with a outboard motor. And one of the guys would jump down there and then come around alongside the chief one. And then they had a rope ladder we'd drop down, and then one by one we'd board the Zodiac, and then the Zodiac would take us ashore. But there were days where we could go off and do adventures, and we did, including some really funny ones, which I did shoot a lot of video down there, and we put it together on Sci-Spy TV, and it's a 16-part episode series that I narrate called Antarctica by Sail. And one of the funnier times, we got in the Zodiac, and the co-captain, his name was Vortek, and he was a risk taker. He was just in his mid-30s, but a real badass sailor. Like, he would go for it. And I'm so glad we got him on our trip. So he liked us three Americans. And so one day he says, we got the Zodiac, and we're going to go collect some ice for drinks. And what did we do? We went to a massive glacier where the ice is blue, and that means it's really, really old. And so the guys like to drink this glacier ice, because once you put it in your mixed drink, I only learned this when I got down there, it pops like popcorn in your glass. And they think it's so funny for the first timers to see this. When we went to Arktowski base, they had drinks for us with glacier ice that popped in your glass. So it's little things like that that are funny. So we'd go there with an ice pick and collect our own glacier ice for drinks that night.
So you say it pops. What does it keep? Does it constantly pop, or does it stop after a while? And what would cause
stops
that?
As it melts. Yeah, there's like little air bubbles in it, I think, is what the explanation is. And it might be part of the reason why the ice turns blue.
Okay, who wants ice and 2,000-year-old bubonic plague or 2 million-year-old bubonic plague?
Well, possibly, Jared. Who knows? But it was quite a phenomenon.
It could be the healthiest thing you could drink, probably.
Yeah, it could be. So I'm not Mr. Negative Nancy. My last name's Murphy. I have to err on the side of Murphy's Law.
There you go.
It's like, why is Brad twitching at this point?
If you're planning on going to Antarctica, Jared, you better pack a lot of water if you're not going to drink, melted ice.
I'll take Mastodon P. I'm good. I'm fine. I'll do it.
Yeah,
I'll give it a shot.
It's pretty pure down there, Jared. I think when you see how big these icebergs are, it's a lot of volume of water. So that same day, the Vortek, we were in the Zodiac, the four of us, Emily and Luke Dog. He lives up in Seattle, and we're still bros and hang out every time he comes through. The four of us, we got our turn, basically, because the other guys would get turns as well. And what did we want to do? Well, Emily wanted to walk on a glacier. And this can be kind of dangerous. We've come across videos of guys that are up there with ice picks climbing, and the thing turns and throws them off and could crush you if you land the wrong way. But at the very least, you're going to be cold as fuck and struggling in the big suits to try to swim and tread water before your Zodiac can get you, because you will die of hypothermia within minutes. So it's wrought with danger down there. But we walked on a glacier and didn't flip on us, and that was pretty cool. And then after that, we saw a pod of whales, and they were putting their fins up and kind of doing their thing. You see the spout holes. So we said, yeah, let's go up closer. And we got within probably 50 yards, and there they were. And I'm just thinking, man, if one of them didn't like us around and wanted to tip our boat over, we'd be so screwed. But they're very docile animals. It hurts them to touch anything.
It sounds
solid.
like you had an awesome time. I wanted to just give a shout out to everybody here in the chat. We've got quite the crowd in here today. If you could do us a favor and hit that like button, it really helps the algorithm with the video so that more people can come in and check it out. So just hit that like button. Make sure you're subscribed. I wanted to talk to you, Brad. And I guess this might just be a stupid question, but along the edges of Antarctica, is there anywhere where there's like grass growing or like where you can see the ground at all, or is it all just completely covered with ice?
So we traveled for over 15 days. It was a new location every day. We went inside Deception Island Crater, which is still an active volcano. Just last erupted 69 and wiped out 2 modern research stations, but they're still there. They've reformed. because it's also a UFO hotspot coming in and out of that volcanic neck
Did you see
where
any?
the harbor is. We did not, but there were reported sightings at another one of the Argentinian bases that we were told about at the Brown Argentinian base.
Did you happen to have any night vision goggles at all or anything?
We didn't, and it really wasn't a dark night out for only a couple hours, so it was mostly just daylight, and you could see.
Yeah.
The thing is, unless we're going through some channels and the scenery's nice, sometimes you just prefer to be below deck because the weather is pretty extreme. We'd all have to take turns and go up on deck for watch, even when the weather wasn't so nice. But there were days where we'd be cruising along and everybody'd be up on deck for hours on end, just marveling at the scenery. It's just so beautiful. So the question was about color, and that's a great question. When we got to Arktowski Base, which is one of the Pan-Antarctic Island, one of the outer islands, but not too far, only 100 miles from the mainland peninsula, there was an exhibit of all the mosses and lichens that exist down there. They had pretty much a scientific collection of things that grow. So there were patches in the northernmost part, which there is the warmer part, of patches of lichen and sometimes orin growing on the rocks. But you get like peat moss type, not really meadows, but little certain areas. And that was about the only green we saw. And then after we left there and went towards the mainland of Palmer, there wasn't anything growing. There's no trees, there's no grass, there's nothing green, there's no algae. It's just black rock and white from the snow and the glaciers and the white clouds and the blue of the sky and the blue of the ocean. And it struck me one day when we were sitting on deck looking at these colors and just being in this otherworldly environment, that that's the same thing that happens when you scuba dive. You start to lose all of the primary colors except for blue. And then the deeper you go, you start to lose blue and white, and it just becomes pitch black. But in Antarctica, it's the same thing. It's blue, black, and white. And the Black Mountains, Eastern Antarctica is a very, very old continent. That was the one that was once connected to Pangaea. West Antarctica is the new one. And I say 700 million years old. In geologic terms, it is. And it's like the Rocky Mountains, spectacular mountain scenery there. But in this case, you have glaciers between the mountains that flow right down into the ocean. And I remember one day me and Luke Dog were up on deck and we're looking at this mountain, and we knew that a lot of them had never been climbed and maybe not even named. And there was this really cool ice field way, way up on one. And I go to Luke, you think anybody's ever stepped foot on it? He goes, how could you? You couldn't come in a helicopter. You couldn't climb to it because it's sheer cliff. So you can see places where no human has conceivably ever walked in spots. So that's kind of the feeling you get down there. You're just in this forbidden land, this no man's land that seems as far away from Earth as you can get. In fact, the last unexplored places in the world are what's under the ice in Antarctica and the deepest depths of the ocean. And that's why Antarctica is so cool. It's just there's so much mystery down there. But to try to get to the bottom of some of these things, and as far as I know, I'm the only researcher in this field that's actually been down there looking for this particular kind of stuff and asking everybody at the bases, to other captains, to other people who are traveling down there, if they've heard anything about craft under the ice or antediluvian civilizations or any kind of excavations going on and weird stuff found. And it's just little anecdotes here and there, but nothing concrete. And mostly people said, no, I had not heard of that. So you just got to deal with that, but pick up the other kernels where you can find them and piece together this mosaic of what the hidden anomalies of Antarctica are really all about.
All right. Jared, are you still there?
Yeah, of course. I'm just
you've been pretty quiet. Oh yeah, you got the train running.
yeah, I got
by.
that. Yeah, another one. But yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to ask you, have you read this? I don't mean to. I guess we got to get back on the diary here for a second. Hugh Gadorn's asking some questions, and so let's get on this diary for a second. I wanted to talk about an incident that apparently is written about in this diary. Have you read it?
The actual diary, no, I've just read the excerpts, and then there's no the problem with, once I realized that I thought, based on online research and based on what I was reading, that I was reading actual excerpts, not that it was hand-me-down data, that it wasn't, there's no providence for this diary other than hearsay. And I have a problem with that. So all I want is someone to mark on a map, okay, where's the entrance? Mark it down. I get that we can't look at it from Google Earth. Where's the entrance? What's the closest we can get based on the girls that were, turned around? And even if we can't go to the entrance, then what is the closest? I've been going over what is available for Antarctica for mapping on Google Earth. I have been looking closely at terrains, topographies of exposed rock, and looking at, okay, well, what are the likely locations of an ancient or prior existing societies? And can we find polygonal masonry? Can we find rock art? Can we find statues? Can we find anything above ground that we can point to that isn't already being tented, covered, hidden, or a no-go zone? And that was honestly, so not that I want to answer or ask a question on a question that's semi-unanswered, but Brad, that no-go zone for the no-fly zone, are there no-fly zones but you can still get there on ground, or is it no-go no matter what?
So it's near the South Pole, approximately 1 degree in the direction of the Davis base. And this is based on Brian S., who was a whistleblower for Linda Moulton Howe, who had been flying cargo planes, and his story is very verifiable, and you see him in a number of pictures down there. It would have been very, very difficult to fake. Plus, he shows his badges, and nobody's ever questioned his validity. So I would go off of Brian S. before I'd go off of these diaries. And I can tell you that it's approximately where Prince Harry went, and it's directly. So since there is no north, south, east, and west at pole, you're at all 24 time zones at once. Once you start heading towards, let's see, it would be between South Africa and Australia. You can just picture going from South Pole up towards that gap. So the coastline there is where the Davis base is. So it would be, if you were to look, I would start at South Pole and then go around the 1 degree marks. That's 89 degrees latitude south towards the Davis base. And I'd be interested to see what you find, Jared, if you want to scour Google Earth. I've found just white out, real sloppily done, the layering. They'll just put a block over, and you'll see some ripples in the snow or something, and then just a very straight line and boxed off. So you're like, wow, they didn't even attempt to even try to hide that one. So some of that happens, but then you can find really wild, anomalous, cool stuff. So it's hard to say. Are they throwing red herrings at us, or they're certainly hiding stuff from us to put a mask over certain areas?
Isn't there a part in this diary that says like a UFO came out and used a laser and cut one of these warships right in half?
Well, so that's more of the narrative of Operation High Jump. That is what happened in the Battle of High Jump. And
according to the diary, right?
Not always according to the diary. That was more of Admiral Byrd's trips before High Jump. And then when he came back, he quipped. He had a bit of a big mouth, or maybe he was boasting or just wanted to get the word out. But he told a Chilean journalist on the way back, 2 months into the 6-month expedition, that he didn't want to be alarming, but we have to confront the idea that we're facing an enemy that has the ability to fly pole to pole at incredible speeds. And so I don't know to this day if we have such a flight that can go pole to pole in one day at incredible speeds. So they must have been confronting some kind of major ET or backward engineered technology. And so the reported story was that High Jump had gotten their armada of ships and were then based offshore, almost like an invasion fleet. And High Jump was actually geared that way. There were going ashore crews, kind of like a D-Day type of landing. But first they were going to fly over, and one day they did. No attack came whatsoever, but they did drop a bomb or two. The planes came back to the carrier. Then they went back the next day on a larger bombing campaign in which they started to bomb, and then blip, off the screen goes every plane and every pilot and everybody aboard, never to be seen or heard from again. That same day, when they're trying to figure out what happened to that fleet of planes, up out of the water comes this craft. And it was not able to be shot down. And it made an example of one ship and sliced it in half, called the USS Murdoch. And that's a weird story behind that boat that could probably take another show.
Well, I would imagine that the boat sank, right?
Oh, it did, with a very high loss of life. Probably lost everybody on board.
So is it still there?
It would still be there. And I actually talked to a salvage crew about possibly going. And again, the costs are extraordinarily high, especially in the Southern Ocean, to try to find a wreck like that. But there's an approximation of where it's at.
Yeah, well, I mean, that would be interesting to get one of those submarines with all the cameras on it and stuff and get it down there. Jared has unmuted himself.
Yeah, because I got questions. Not questions, but to reaffirm, I'm not messing around here as far as wanting to go and take the time to go inland to as far as we can. I know Brad may not love the idea of being also a Wim Hof practitioner, but I mean, what is it, 40 to 50 below zero? It's as cold, it's not ideal all the time down there, correct?
It can be. It will be getting that cold in the winter. If you look at those Earth charts of the hottest and warmest, they'll tell you what's going on in the world. You know that map? It's a syndicated column. Quite regularly, the coldest place on the planet is the Vostok Station in East Antarctica. Just like the hottest is typically Death Valley during the summer.
Wow. So I have a question I'm just going to throw out there. Is there any seawater that's frozen, or is it all freshwater frozen?
Well, seawater does freeze, but when it freezes, it's mostly the freshwater component. So the water is actually it has more salty, but then as the ice melts, as the icebergs flow out, it's more freshwater. So where the convergence is between the Atlantic, the Indian, and the Pacific Oceans, there's this big upwelling, and that's the general boundary of where the Southern Ocean is. But yeah, it freezes for sure. Any water will freeze if it's cold enough, and it gets cold down there. So those shelves, they expand pretty much out to this conversion point in the middle of winter, just after winter solstice. And then they will break apart and float away. And as they float more north, they just start melting away. And eventually they just completely melt. But it is fresh water that locks up in the glaciers and the ice shelves.
So, I mean, is it snowing, or does it rain there? I guess
it snowed one day.
What I'm asking is if there's 2 miles of ice that's built up on top of this continent, how the heck do you get it? I mean, how do you get it that high? I mean, it's fascinating.
Just been collecting and accumulating for a long, long time.
It's fascinating.
Actually, Antarctica is more of a desert continent. It doesn't rain, and it only snows a little bit. It was just one day it snowed on us. We got about a half a foot on our boat. And I love snow. I'm a skier, so I went and felt it, and it was this light what we call wild snow in skiing, where you can take a scoop up and hold it in your glove and then go and blow it and just poof, flies away. So as a powder skier, we love the wild snow. And that was, as I recall, the composition of the snow. You know, the Eskimos used to have, 22 words for ice and snow?
Yeah.
And we just have those two. So if you live in it, you certainly describe it in its different forms of states of melting.
But the 2 miles, that's just, is it solid ice, or is it like a mix of ice and snow, or is it just like a giant ice cube?
Just a big solid wall of ice. But wherever there's volcanic activity, there could be these domes under the ice. And that's what's really interesting. So the Russians at the Vostok station, which is way out in the middle of nowhere in East Antarctica, probably 3 or 4 degrees from pole, one of the coldest places on Earth, they were able to drill through the polar plateau to get down to Lake Vostok. And Lake Vostok is one of the top 10 largest lakes in the world that probably no one's ever even heard of because it's only been fairly recently discovered. Well, they got a drill down there in 2012, but it was contaminated with the kerosene, so the drill doesn't break. And they had to keep trying. And again, in 2016, just a few years ago, they finally got through to the dome over the lake, and they got a sample of the water, and they tested it and found some bacteria that has never been discovered before. And they think it came off of a fish that has never been discovered before. So there could be life in Lake Vostok that is completely different than anything we can imagine on the surface.
I would bet that there is, yeah.
Geothermically warmed lake under the dome of ice. Can you imagine how cool that would be to see just the blue of light from the 24 hours of sunlight they get in the summer solstice down there? What an otherworldly environment exists right here on our planet. And no eyes, no man has ever been in there before.
Okay, so while you guys have been talking, I wanted to look something up, and I thought this would be great for everyone listening. So, follow this. The expeditions to Antarctica Peninsula and South Georgia, the African and Oriental Travel Company, which none of us are endorsing, by the way, is going back for favorite ice formations again. And you can choose and join our Antarctica scuba diving expedition, which we do, the Antarctic cruise that has scuba diving as an activity. So you can, the next one was scheduled for December 2021. Who knows if that happened, but participating, you get to do an Antarctica scuba diving expedition, allows you to dive with ice formations, catch sight of penguins and seals, and mix your diving trips while watching whales and shore visits, while getting into your dry suits for a cold water dive. So not only can you go to Antarctica, folks, and you don't need anyone else's permission, if you're not cold enough on the surface, it's probably warmer underwater, actually. So you can dive. You can go on a diving expedition to Antarctica and dive water areas.
Yeah, Justin Case just said the lowest temperature measured at Vostok Station, Antarctica, was minus 128 degrees. Could you imagine?
There you go. Coldest place on Earth. That would just literally frostbite your skin upon impact.
You know, I lived in Colorado once, and I was driving from Vail to Canyon City, and it's a route you have to go through South Park and all that. And we were in a horrible storm, and I was driving. It's like a 2-hour trip, and I guess if anybody's familiar with the area, you know what I'm talking about. And it was snowing, it was cold. I think it was minus 20 that night. It was the middle of the night. It's dark, and I had no heater core working in my car, and I had these little heat packs in my feet to keep my feet from completely freezing off. But as I was making this trip, it was so cold, and I had no heat in the car. It literally felt like my eyeballs were freezing, and I couldn't even imagine what minus 128 would do to your eyeballs. I mean, that's something you don't really think about, but that's
you got to
cold.
wear full gear. You got to have
a single millimeter of your skin that could be exposed.
No, for those wondering, Minnesota has International Falls, which frequently records temperature. It's called the ice box of the country, at least. It's we had record colds in Minnesota for what was 2 years ago. The actual temperature, we hit 20 below zero plus wind chill all the time. I mean, like actual temperature 20 below zero. But we hit a couple years ago 33 to 40 below zero actual temperature for 10 days. And then we had wind chill on top of that. So it was one of those you could throw buckets of water in the air and watch it freeze instantly. But that was when Minnesotans actually went, well, it's really cold out. But that was 33 to 40 below plus extra wind chill on top of it. And so it wasn't go walk around the lake weather, but there are people, you can adapt to a point, but then like Brad's saying, you have to be in full gear. It's like being in scuba diving, except you're not underwater. You got to have a full face gear. And, this is not dog sled weather at 100 below zero.
Yeah, definitely.
You can
not.
die. You can die.
You'd have doxicles.
Doxicles.
I think it's important that we go back, though. It's important that we, I think, I'm open to anyone. I know that Brad has been there, but my intent was to go back and film and of course produce it for the world and everyone to see. But it's not that, this is not something that people are commonly going and doing. And I don't want to just touch the continent. I do want to get as far as we can in a direction that we think it would be the most useful for an initial expedition, whether it's to the pyramid or whether it's to a ground location that is open for exploration. I think it behooves us to go. And I think it's money well spent for those that can, buy Bitcoin.
Jared, I actually thought maybe I'd go with you, but 128, man, no way. No way.
We don't have to go out. You're going to want to wear more than your North Face jacket.
There's just no way for me to even imagine what minus 128 degrees feels like just for a second.
Well, it's 60 below times 2, and 60 below is already too cold.
And I've never been in that.
That one's easy, actually, believe it or not. Just don't, I'm walking in and out of the local grocery store getting my favorite espresso drink in flip-flops. No joke.
Yeah, I've been in minus 40. I've done that. That's cold.
But I don't know, Brad, what do you think? I mean, this is, in all seriousness, what do you think realistically, if you were going to go back and we had it budgeted, what direction would you go on the continent?
I'm talking to a film crew, and we already had some initial plans with a production company in LA to go last year at the end of 2020. But of course, COVID hit early in the year and we had to call that off back in, this time a year ago. And then we were budgeting it to go through South Africa, where I proposing we do the most bang for our buck would be in the New Schwabenland area. So again, thinking in terms of a TV series, how many episodes you could do, it would be the bases that are still there, including now they're not West German anymore. They're just German bases. They're still there. The Germans have never left New Schwabenland. That's what people need to understand. It's not on the maps anymore. It's called Queen Maud Land. But I'd go there and I would try to get the permission to go explore the mountainous region around the Schumacher Ponds, which is where the expedition party first landed after they realized that there were some lakes there that never froze over. So the Germans went in, they flew off the ship called New Schwabia, and they had a seaplane and landed on the Schumacher Ponds, named after the captain, who stayed behind with the boat and was conducting some experiments and finding out that the heat was coming from below. So they were geothermal lakes. And his expedition party left from there on about a 1 week initial exploration. They did find entrance into some of these under ice areas. And in my book, Beyond Esoteric, I reproduce 2 maps, one of the German New Schwabenland claim itself, one of the original German maps from that trip, and then another one showing how the U-boats would go underneath the ice. And in my talk, The Hidden Anomalies of Antarctica, which I'll be giving this Saturday at the 5D conference in Vegas, I show Antarctica without the ice And there are these long fjords, some of them that'll extend for hundreds of miles. And if you had an intrepid enough crew with some of the U-boat technology that the Germans had in World War II, you could go explore via submarine under the ice into some of these fjords and occasionally pop up and see some of these domes under the ice that no human has ever seen before. So the presumption is they were in touch even before World War II with ET civilizations. And this starts with the Vril Society shortly after World War I. And they had some mediums, Segril and Maria Orsic, who wore their hair very long in a Bavarian hunting lodge and were telepathic. And the Vril Society was getting these downloads, and they were able to put them pen to paper and create blueprints with it. So this was then usurped by the Nazis, who were in the Thule Society, another secret society that was very much into the ancestral roots of the German people, but also this, they called it techno-magical abilities of our space brothers. Now, they were in touch with some good ones and then also some bad ones. Ultimately, they made the same mistake the U.S. did and allied with the bad ones. We did it under the Greada Treaty, technology exchange for allowing these service to self ETs do the abductions and to cattle mutilate under the cover of not being confronted by our military. That's a whole other interview we can go into. But how it relates to the Germans, they too turned to the dark side in some of these malevolent ET groups, including the reptilians. And that is who either provided them the technology that the Germans were perfectly capable of backward engineering and working through these blueprints to create their own craft, or they were allied with the reptilians, and that was the craft that come out of the water during the Battle of High Jump, which sliced the USS Murdoch in half. Some great data points for all the high jump and the Battle of High Jump comes from none other than the former Soviet Union. So right when the Berlin Wall came down and all the Eastern European countries started to demand their own sovereignty, and then soon the Soviet Union fell. Remember when Yeltsin was up on the tank? Well, his soldiers, those soldiers that were there, some politician like him jumping up on the tank and saying, "We got a new government." It had every right to turn the gun and shoot him dead, but they didn't. And that was the turning point. So Russia was broke, right? Or it was a kleptocracy. Everybody was stealing everything they could. You could show up in Moscow in 1991 with a suitcase full of hard currency or gold or something exchangeable, and they would go right into the KGB office and get you whatever you wanted. And eventually all their information on Antarctica and high jump came out. This is some of one of the best repositories of information in the 1990s. Came out of the former Soviet Union, including this ship that came out of the ice that sliced the Murdoch in half. The Russians knew about it because they were spying on us just like we were spying on them, and probably a little Schadenfreude took a little pleasure or delight in the misfortune of their Cold War adversary to see us get our butt handed to us.
All right.
And the U.S. lost that battle.
I have a couple questions. So we know for sure that the Murdoch was lost, right?
There was a ship destroyed, and it's been called the Murdoch. Now get this. The Murdoch was also the ship that was fired upon in the Gulf of Tonkin incident. But the U.S. has a way of using the same name for ships. Like they'll do that, and that'll throw off your enemy. The Germans did it too with their U-boats. They'll say that a certain ship has been sunk, but in actuality, it never was, or vice versa.
All right.
A ship really does get sunk, but it has a dubious history to look up, and I have looked it up many times. Some will have it in the high jump expeditions, others will not. That it's kind of a disappeared entity.
All right, and Hot Sauce with a super chat. Thanks again. He asked, or she, I suppose, whatever Hot Sauce is, and are weapons allowed on the island just in case we run into reptilians in an underground cave? Can you bring a weapon with you?
Well, per the Antarctica Treaty, there is no military exercises or shooting like that. Now, I think for reasons of self-defense, and there are some seals that could potentially take a bite out of you, or maybe you could bring one in. I'm sure we could have had one on our boat that I didn't even know about, and you could have smuggled it on. They weren't inspecting us real closely. In fact, I know I could have brought one in my bag. I could have had nobody check my backpack.
If you had a 45 or something, I mean, it could have been in your backpack the whole time, right? You didn't have to go through any metal detectors or anything.
Nope.
All right, that's interesting. Well, I mean, we're running short. Jared, do you want to? Do you have anything to say before we?
Well, I think this was just great because this is the kind of stuff people want to hear about. They always want to, I've been recommending to a lot of people to go to conflict or go to events. And so first and foremost, I want to thank Brad for coming on. And actually, this is the kind of stuff that when people go, this is like, I can tell you, despite what was said now, I've been to some of the big events live, of course. And I think this one coming up, this 5D thing, and I'm sure Brad can speak on it too, but I have to extra promote that anytime you can go to a live event and meet someone who's done the work that Brad's done, they really should go. It's going to be probably one of the only things this year. And it's just this kind of in-depth look at what is a big, interesting topic to everyone. But I think people getting their heads around the fact that, you know what, it might be 4 or 6 or 8 or 12, depending on how you want to go, but you can go to Antarctica. You can go, hell, you can even go diving. So anyway, this is a really good time. And as far as, this is a live chat, so we're not doing a bumper after. So I will add, you can always find me at notaliens.com and co-hosting here with Michael on Conflict. And I'll be doing the Forbidden Knowledge News Conference. I'm the keynote on Friday night on April 2nd and speaking on Saturday. And then we have our big trip, Conflict's big trip. We are going to America's Stonehenge at the end of April, and we're going to be there. I'll be putting out some more info. I'll be doing a live conference, at least a 2 or 3 hour lecture for people if they want to join us at America's Stonehenge and also tour the site. That is open and in New Hampshire, and we'll get more info out about that.
Yeah, and that conference will be broadcast live on Conflict TV official. You'll find a link for that on our main channel page, or just Google it, just Conflict TV. So let's just, so that we're on the record, everybody, I'm going to go ahead and say that I believe that's this Admiral Byrd's diary out there. I believe it's fake, and I think that I think it's a book that was put out by his kid, and that's where I stand on that. Jared, you?
Yeah, I can only say it's hearsay until somebody gets me some provenance on the information. That's all. It's very interesting, but there's just zero provenance on its source. It's an interesting dialogue. The ancillary evidence and the things that Brad has discussed in this whole live event, the reality is there is good info to support absolutely something being there, but I don't think it's because we lean.
It's not based on the diary.
Yeah.
Brad, based on a few other things.
Yeah, Brad.
Yeah, there's other witness testimony about the inner Earth or under the ice hole, and I didn't really refer to the diary that much. But look, there's forensic ways we could look at it, test the paper for age, compare the handwriting to other known Byrd handwritings. If this is real and the family possesses it and they're putting this narrative out there, well, it should hold up to scrutiny, and some researchers should be able to test it. That's all.
Yeah.
And like Jared said, create a providence for it, and then it could help us learn and understand. Or if it's a fake, then just forget it. We'll move on to the next.
All right. So what do you think? Is it fake or is it real?
For me, the jury's out. I need more information. I need to look at it, preferably. And maybe Scott Walter up there in Minnesota, Jared, we can get him to look into it. American Uncertainty.
Yeah, we are.
I was on an episode of that once with him.
Yeah. Scott office is about 3 miles from me. We are friends, and that can happen. I think he should be involved.
Yeah,
give him that suggestion.
We need to get him on the show for sure. Well, Brad, why don't you tell everybody where they can find you?
Yeah, sure. You want to know more about me and the projects I work on? BradOlsen.com. It also has some of the conferences that I have coming up. Most are virtual, including Contacting the Deserts, a virtual conference this year, end of June. But one of the few live ones is this weekend in Las Vegas at the Westgate Hotel and Conference Center that we'll be in. And 5devents.com if you want to check out tickets for that. I think they still are able to sell about 40 or 50 more. There are limits. It's kind of every other person now. But great lineup of people. And if you want to know more about my books, cccpublishing.com. And my latest book, Beyond Esoteric, Escaping Prison Planet, has just come out. Doing a lot of interviews in support of that book. And that has all the more recent Antarctica information, including the black goo, which we didn't even talk about, and other weird things about that southern continent.
And the black goo, we're going to have to get into the after show a little bit, probably.
All right, we'll do that.
You got me curious. All right, guys. Well, that's going to do it for us. Remember, you can always find us online. Just go to www.conflictradio.net. You can always find us there. And remember, you can always find us on Apple, iTunes, and Spreaker, and all of your normal podcast catchers. We're setting up a members-only area on the YouTube channel that will be available, I guess, within the next couple days. In fact, Brad and Jared are both going to stick around, and we're going to do a little after show that's going to be available only to our subscribers, where we talk about black goo. And I also want to talk to you, Brad, about a little bit about the trip that all of these elites went on a few years ago down there, and where they could have possibly have gone, and where I have heard that they may have gone. And we'll see what you think about that. And I guess that's going to do it for us. Make sure to check out our swag and the store there on the YouTube channel and on the website. And be safe, everyone. Batten down the hatches. Take it easy. Olsen is going to join us today. Brad is the author of 10 books, including 3 in his esoteric series, Modern Esoteric, Future Esoteric, and Beyond Esoteric. An award-winning author, public speaker, YouTube content creator of the Esoteric Circle, book publisher, and event producer. His keynote presentations and interviews have enlightened audiences at Contacting the Desert, Awareness Life Expo, and so on and so on. Brad was featured on the front page of SF Bay Guardian in September of 2014. He's a Chicago native, and his writing continues to reach a wide audience while he continues breaking ground in alternative journalism, public speaking, illustration, and photography. Brad, welcome to Conflict Radio, man. So great to have you back. How you doing, man?
Hey, Michael. Thanks for having me back on Conflict Radio. It's good to be here. I'm doing great.
Yeah, we took some time off. We're back. Your episode 3 of season 2, and we're chugging right along here. I think this is our 3rd episode this week, so we are, we're going. We're in full swing.
Nice.
So, it's good to be back. Good to have some great guests joining us, Brad, and awesome, man. Thanks for coming on.
Well, you're a great host, so thanks for having me on, and I'm sure we're going to have a wonderful conversation tonight.
Yeah, it should be a good time. Now, I have obviously UFOs in Antarctica in the description, so we're going to talk about that. So basically, I want you to just kind of throw out there in a YouTube-friendly way, what the hell is in Antarctica, man? Are these beings from another planet? Are they from Earth, but they're just a hidden civilization? Are they interdimensional? What is down there? What's going on?
Well, that's the $10 million question, Michael. What is going on down there? And that's precisely the reason I went down there 5 years ago on a sailboat from Ushuaia, Argentina to the Palmer Peninsula, stepped foot on terra firma. So I could say I've been to all 7 continents. And before I was going down there, I started talking to other sea captains in the yacht club where our ship left from, Ushuaia, Argentina. And all the bases that I went to, 6 in total, I always asked whoever could speak English and wanted to talk to me if they knew of many of these mysteries that we hear about. So I would ask them, have you ever heard of a massive mothership under the ice? And supposedly there are 3 of them named from our intelligence agencies, the Nina, Pinta, and Santa Maria, the Columbus's first 3 ships. they've known about them since the 1970s. But everybody was mum's the word on that. I asked them about antediluvian civilizations, including the pyramids poking through, and there are 3 different areas that have pyramids. And again, nobody really knew anything about that. What about paranormal hotspots? What about UFO activity? Well, that was when I finally hit some pay dirt, because there was someone on a base. It was the Brown base, which was an Argentinian base, and he was there studying the ice fish, which are really kind of cool in their own way. They have no blood. They only have clear hemoglobin. They're transparent fish and live their entire lives in below freezing weather. And so he was down there studying these ice fish, and he was there with someone else, and I'm asking him my questions. And then he was with an assistant, and she's like, "You can't tell him. Don't tell him." Well, God, now you got to tell me. We waited for her to leave, and then just really grinded the guy until he said that there was a UFO sighting at another one of the Argentinian bases just a few weeks prior, a base called Belgrano 2, which is not too far from where the Nazis set up shop in New Schwabenland. And so that was interesting. And then I also found out that there is definitely a no-fly zone over a portion of the South Pole, right near the Amundsen Scott Research Station. And when I was on Beyond Belief with George Norrie, we're sitting there before we did an Antarctica show, and I told him the same thing, that there's this no-fly zone over the South Pole. And he's, why would anybody want to fly there? There's no planes going there. What do they need a no-fly zone for? Exactly, George. Why do they need it? But there is, and that's the presumed location of a giant hole under the ice that is described by Admiral Byrd as being a way to reach the inner Earth. And in his diary that was published after his death by his son, he describes being escorted by 2 UFOs that he called flugel rods to an inner Earth city called the Domain of the Ariani. I just take that with a grain of salt, but he says he flew a plane into inner Earth, and it is known that his plane was out of radio contact for 3 hours that day, that he flew back to the South Pole. Admiral Byrd was the first aviator to fly over the South Pole, so he certainly would have seen that big hole under the ice. So that just adds more to the mystery.
Well, let me ask you this: do you think it's like the Earth is just hollow, and there's all kinds of different races flying in and out of the hole down there, or is it possible that that the hole that they found down there is just a cave that they created?
Well, a little context. So the South Pole station is on top of 2 miles thick of ice. So it is way up there. It's called the Polar Plateau. Now, Antarctica is also the most volcanically active continent in the world. There's 91 known volcanoes. So to presume that this geothermal heat could create these under ice domes and the hole in the ice is very plausible. So it's quite possible that he did find this hole to the ice. Now, is there a civilization down there? Is there a high-tech group down there? Aliens? I don't know. I'd like to find out. And maybe I'm going to go back down to Antarctica and do that.
Well, I mean, are you able to just, put your compass on south and just hike? Have a boat drop you off and just hike south?
No. So first of all, Antarctica is the 5th largest continent of the world. It's enormous. Okay. It's like saying, oh yeah, I'll get dropped off in California in sub-freezing climates and hike to New York City. You can't do it. Some people did try to cross-country ski. I remember reading in Nexus magazine, these 2 women, they were actually Olympians. And they got dropped off and were cross country skiing and they're heading towards the South Pole. Then all of a sudden, these helicopters came and said, they landed, said, "You're not going any further, ladies. Get in." They said, "What are you talking about? We can do this. We have a right to do it." "No, you don't." And they wouldn't let them pass. So maybe they were getting close to the hole in the ice. And the other thing is the NSA, no such agency or National Security Agency, is Johnny on the spot when it comes to anything UFO related. So whenever there's a crash retrieval, especially alien bodies, they got to create a cover story or just to guard protected locations. That's what the NSA was created to do in the late 1940s. So they're on the spot. They're down there. They have an unmarked building in Antarctica at the McMurdo base. Plus, they've been seen all the time at the South Pole station.
All right. So let me ask you this: Do you think it's a portal, like a flat Earth portal to, like, obviously everybody's heard about this flat Earth thing, and to be quite honest with you, I mean, their arguments are really intriguing. Could it be like a hole in the ice wall that they're discarding, or is it actually a hole?
Yeah, it's actually a hole. It's blocked out on Google Earth. Tried many times to find it, but they have masking, kind of like layers in Photoshop. So there's some places that you cannot look. But to answer your question about the flat Earth, I don't think it's flat Earth. Like I said, I set
I
foot
don't either.
Yeah, the ice wall is just confused for the ice shelves, and there are huge ice shelves. I saw them. In fact, the very first thing we saw sailing down there were the massive flat top icebergs that broke off from these ice shelves. And if you take a dinghy up to the side of them, which we did to collect some of the blue ice for our drinks, it looks like an ice wall. You can't see beyond it, but that doesn't mean it's the edge of the world, because it's not.
So you had a Jack and Coke with some blue ice.
Yeah. And it pops like popcorn.
That's awesome. Why is it blue? It's because it's just so old.
So old. Yep. And the compression from all the weight on top of it.
Yeah, that's fascinating, man. That's quite the drink, right?
Yeah. They demonstrated it for us at the Arktowski base. The Polish base was the first place we landed, and they said, "Hey, you guys want to join us for some drinks?" Sure. They brought out a big ice bucket with blue ice, poured it in put a couple chunks in our glass, and then poured the whiskey in there and started popping like popcorn. Like, that is so cool.
Oh, wow.
And then we did it on our boat. We went and collected our own.
I wonder why it would pop. Is it because, like, is it compressed?
Yeah, I think there's little air bubbles in there, and it's so compressed that when it melts and reaches these air bubbles, they pop.
Yeah, it's so pretty. I've seen the pictures of the blue ice, and it's really awesome looking. I bet that was a sight to see while you were down there.
Oh, it was indeed. In fact, you can kind of see it on this illustration behind me. I can catch the light right. Don't block it with the laptop. It's kind of bluish. That's what it looks like.
Yeah. All right. So, what are your feelings as far as what these? I mean, are they able to be seen by everybody in our dimension, or just by who they choose to let see them?
Who's they?
These beings. Do you think it's more than
You mean
one
those
race?
in Earth? Yeah, they don't want to be seen. They don't want to be known. This is their little hiding place, and they want to protect it. But Admiral Byrd was hearing voices in his head before high jump and saying, "You got to come back to the South Pole. You got to fly back to the South Pole." And he was told the Navy he would be the admiral for Operation High Jump. They accepted. And the first place they went was Little America, the base he set up. And that's where he flew with his radio man to the South Pole. and 3 hours of their time went missing. They thought the plane went down and Admiral Byrd was lost, but in reality, they were in the hole and they lost radio contact.
So do you think that it's an advanced Earth civilization, or do you think they're from another planet?
Well, they could be from another planet on one of these 3 motherships and then just found an equitable climate down there and decided to stay. Admiral Byrd said they looked, he went to go meet a figure named the Master, and he was summoned to meet the Master, who told him that they were a little upset with America dropping nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki a few months before, to send the message back to the Pentagon that that they didn't want us to have nuclear bombs.
So why didn't they say something when we were just testing them?
Well, they did. And you know, at White Sands over New Mexico, there were many UFO sightings when that was going on.
Yeah, but it wasn't just us either. I mean, the Chinese have tested them, the North Koreans have tested them, the Russians have been testing them.
Sure.
Have they all been visited as well?
Yes, I would say so.
So it's just kind of I mean, why weren't they? I mean, you hear a lot about, oh well, don't worry about a nuclear war. The aliens will disarm them while they're in the air. But why didn't they disarm the testers?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe to some extent they have to let us exert our free will on this planet, but they won't let us blow up the planet. They've already demonstrated with missiles in flight, a UFO will come and shoot beams at different angles and take it down.
So they'll let us test the nuclear weapons, but they won't let us kill people with them.
There won't be any full-scale thermonuclear war. There could be a suitcase bomb. I'm not trying to be the predictor of doom and gloom, but
yeah, that's just some of all fears, right?
True. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a creepy movie. So let's talk about. We were talking a little bit backstage about the Vril, and if you guys were listening to the show on Tuesday night, I played a little clip with SG Anon talking about the Vril, and he showed some pictures about the parasite that kind of injects its I guess parasite baby into your eye, and then can you tell us about this?
Well, we've seen a lot of the celebrities and royal family figures with the black eye. Prince Charles had it. His dad, Prince Philip, had it. Many celebrities had it, even politicians like the Bushes, Papa and Baby Bush, and others have these big shiner black eyes. Even Pope Francis had it for a while. They always make an excuse. They bumped into a door or fell, or you don't get a black eye like that. But these Vril, they always go into the one eye, and they're these tiny little reptilian little creatures that will take over a person's body. So they have a ritual, and the bug goes in, or it's a little reptile. This is just what I've heard, collecting data points to try and put it together as best I can. And then this person gets not really taken over, but certainly influenced by this Vril lizard. And it makes them have a voracious sexual appetite. And that's why so many of them went down to Epstein Island and all that kind of weird stuff. So I would just take it for what it's worth. These are the data points that have been put out there. And I was on a show with Nicholas Venyam, and that's all he wanted to talk about. What's the Vril? What is this all about? Well, Vril was also the energy, the invisible energy, the ether that the Nazis had discovered in the 1920s and 1930s. It was discovered by the Vril women. There were these women in southern Germany in post-World War I that were doing these seances in a hunting lodge in Berchtesgaden, Bavaria, Germany. and they were channeling blueprints from Aldebaran, and the blueprints were so detailed that they could see them with their telepathic eyes and started configuring their own UFO craft. And the first generation of UFOs were called Vril craft, VRIL. So it has all these different names: the Vril women, the Vril energy, the Vril craft, and then these Vril reptiles. I don't know if there's a connection between them all, but they do share the same name, and that's what makes it really strange.
Yeah, you gotta kind of wonder what the Germans got their hands on back in the 30s and the early 40s, I suppose. It seemed like they were definitely putting together some stuff that was beyond our understanding.
Much beyond our understanding. Yeah, they definitely were the most technologically advanced civilization 100 years ago, and I think that's why the Aldebaran, which are generally depicted as benevolent and high-tech civilization, why they chose Germany. Because after World War I, they were making incredible strides with technology. And Adolf Hitler and Himmler and a lot of the top Nazis, Rudolf Adolf Hess, they were all part of the Thule Society. And they then co-opted this technology that the Vril women had and started designing their own craft. So at the end of World War II, when the Allies were moving into Germany, they were terrified that they would unleash these wonder weapons on the Allied forces. And in fact, they were very, very close to detonating an atomic bomb if they hadn't already. Most of the scientists that were working on their own Manhattan Project came over and worked on our Manhattan Project, the Project Paperclip group. And so they were very technologically adept. Unfortunately, they turned to the dark side, you could say, and use those technologies for weapons. And that's where the problem resides.
Yeah, Operation Paperclip is right here in my backyard, Huntsville, Alabama.
Oh, wow, you're down there.
Yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
sure.
This is where I'm located, and heads up to everybody. I appreciate everybody giving a shout out yesterday. Huntsville got whacked pretty good by a tornado last night, but everything's fine here in conflict radio land.
Oh, good to hear.
So, but yeah, what an amazing hook that was. It was just one of the scariest things you could ever see on your radar. It's like, holy crap, that's Huntsville, and it's like, yeah, it's Huntsville, but it's still a good 5-10 miles from me. So, yay.
Okay. Well, you're in that tornado alley corridor.
Yeah. Well, every time something comes, see, I'm west of the base. So if anything is coming from the west towards the base, you can actually see on radar, like Redstone Arsenal, the military base here, you can actually see on radar, like where they're pulsing some kind of frequency or something at the storm, and it'll totally break up and go around us. So I'm in a great spot.
Using their heart machines to make the weather go around. Yeah.
Yeah. They'll protect this base here. They're not going to let a tornado take it out. They'll literally, they'll blast it with something. I don't know if it's, whatever it is they're blasting it with, you can definitely see it on the radar. Whenever it looks like it's going to hit the base, their defenses will kick in. It's really quite to see. All right. So, speaking of Huntsville and everything that's happened here, we talk about do you believe that there's these other bases around the planet as well that craft are coming up and down out of, to, like I think one of them is Mount Shasta. There's supposedly one in New Mexico or Arizona somewhere. Do you think that those are actually real places?
Well, they are real places. Do they have paranormal phenomenon associated with them? Yeah, they do. I've seen it with my own eyes. I speak at a lot of conferences. In fact, should put it out there that if people want to see my conference schedule, bradolsen.com. I'll be in Illinois next week for the Journey to Truth. But later on this summer, in mid-July, I'll be at the Mount Shasta Summer Conference as a speaker. And we do sky watches there. We go up on the slopes of the mountains and with binoculars and try to stay up as late as we can. And I've seen very anomalous lights up there at night. Same with in Washington State, Mount Adams has quite a few anomalous lights. These are what I call paranormal hotspots. And there are others such as Skinwalker Ranch. Many of your listeners are probably familiar with the TV show. Been there a number of times. There's another Skinwalker Ranch type paranormal hotspot near Sedona, Arizona. That might be the one you're referencing.
Yeah.
So they do exist around the world. Yeah. And they're very, very strange. If you hang out long enough, you'll start seeing stuff.
Have you looked at the sky with the night vision goggles and seen all the weird stuff going on up there? Yeah, I've always wanted to do that. I haven't done that yet.
A friend of mine does Sedona UFO tours, Sedona, Arizona, and he has a money back guarantee that if you don't see some kind of phenomenon at night, and it's a very active sky there over Sedona, Arizona, every single night, because he has never refunded a single tour. They see him every night.
Yeah. I Uber and Lyft, on kind of like my off time or whatever. I'll kind of drive around, driving all kinds of people around. And being here in Huntsville, I deal with a lot of DOD guys, FBI guys, they're always traveling down here. This is where all our deep state missile defense, manufacturing is all done right here. And I had one guy tell me once, we were chatting and he said there's an alien base right on the border of, it's like Alabama, Mississippi, and Tennessee, like right where the three states meet right there. He was telling me that there is a alien base and it has some kind of projection around, like, it's like going around the base up into space. And if you're looking at it from outside the projection, it just looks normal, like there's normal stars in there. But if you get inside, as soon as you get inside where that hologram or that projection is, you'll see everything that's going on that's real, and it'll blow your mind. And ever since then, I've been like, oh my God, I got to drive out there and find this place. I would imagine I would never be able to get close to it, but I hear there's one out here, and I deal with a lot of DOD guys,
Well, ask him.
Have you ever heard of one being out this way?
In Alabama? No, I've been to Montgomery for a press trip way back when, but I don't recall any paranormal hotspots. They're kind of everywhere though. So
yeah, they
if you
really
dug
are.
deep, you'd find something. But
that'd be pretty neat. I guess it's like some kind of projection or something. It makes it look like it's normal space and normal night sky and everything else. And then once you get into that zone, you're on the other side of that projection, you'll be able to see the craft coming up and down and up and down.
Yeah,
man, that's pretty freaky. And he was dead serious. Like I truly believe the guy. Like I really think there's something out there somewhere.
Yeah.
So you think now? What I've heard is that the aliens that we were talking to, the aliens, these beings, whatever they are, that we were talking to, haven't been talking to us in a number of years. They've pretty much taken China's side, and they've gone. And this is how they survived being on Earth all these years. Like you said, there's 3 ships in Antarctica. They very well could have been a colony. That just like if we were to go to Mars, Musk said, if we go to Mars, you're stuck on Mars. You're staying there, right? You're never getting back. And that might have been what those 3 ships were doing when they came here. They came here to colonize Earth or whatever. And when they landed in Antarctica, it was a tropical place, and they built Atlantis, and it was just, this great city that everybody talked about and wrote about. And then the pole shift happened. And that's what, put them under the ice, and pretty much wiped out a lot of them. And when the pole shift happens again and it comes back to the equator side of the Earth, when Antarctica comes back, it'll obviously melt and we'll see Atlantis. What do you think of that?
Yeah, there's a lot to that. Let's unpack it. First of all, Antarctica was once a steamy jungle. How do you know that? Well, it's in the fossil record. I do a presentation called The Hidden Anomalies of Antarctica. I'll be giving it at the MUFON Symposium this summer in Dallas in mid-July. And I show quite a few of the fossils that show that Antarctica was a steamy jungle. There are certain species of dinosaurs that were only found in Antarctica. And dinosaurs are cold-blooded creatures, so they needed a hot climate to live in. So whether through plate tectonics, Antarctica moved to its present location and froze over, or perhaps Earth was once a much hotter place than it is now, or perhaps a combination of both. There were definitely dinosaurs walking in Antarctica and in the ocean there, including the Loch Ness Monster dinosaur, plesiosaur. They found fossil bones in Antarctica. So it's quite an enigma about what had lived there. And then, so if you want to talk about advanced civilization, I mentioned pyramids poking through the ice, as well as sometimes what look like city grids. Dr. Michael Salos shared with me a GPS coordinate, which also happens to be in the New Schwabenland area, and it looks like a city grid. Now, Mother Nature doesn't really create in perfect right angles, so it does look like it's fashion. Unfortunately, the resolution isn't good enough to see it in great detail. But I think you're onto something there, Michael, that Atlantis could be buried under the ice in Antarctica.
So these ships, they're obviously stuck here.
They're stuck now, yeah.
They're just not operational, or?
Well, the one that I show in my presentation also happens to be in New Schwabenland, the claim of the Germans in pre-World War II. They were down there making their land claims, and I think that they had found this location. So in 2013, you can go on the Wayback Machine and Google Earth with the coordinates for the Konen base, Konhen, a base that's a seasonal base run by Germany. And by the way, they never left after World War II. When it became East and West Germany stayed down in Antarctica in New Schwabenland. They never left. They're still there to this day. So they might have found something under the ice. And in 2013, they were doing a big excavation. I show pictures of this in my presentation, and it is probably one of those three, Nina Pinta Santa Maria. Linda Moulton Howe has identified another one in the Beardmore Glacier with Spartan 1 and 2, some of her whistleblowers. I had dinner with her in March after a conference in Sedona, and she would help me on this new project that I'm working on, which is a documentary to go down there and go to all these locations. And let's just get to the bottom of it. Is that pyramid in the Ellsworth Range really fashioned by higher intelligence? Because it would have to show bricks or mortar, some kind of symmetry, or is it just a mountain, a nunatak, as it's called by the tour group? So I think a lot of these mysteries of Antarctica deserve to be solved, and I'm putting myself forward to do that. I'm working with a venture capital company right now. We're trying to raise the funds to go down there and do a documentary. Documentaries actually do very well at the box office. One of the biggest ones selling of all time was called March of the Penguins. Probably all seen that one. And that's just the life and time of penguin colonies. Can you imagine if we got some good footage of the pyramids, of well, we go to the South Pole. I don't think they'll let us fly over it, but I want to go to New Schwabenland. I know where Base 211 is located in the Schumacher Hills. And just to be able to film at these locations would be, I think, fodder for a great documentary film. And so the company I'm working with is VC Cross. And you can go to their website, vccross.com, and see the treatment we made for this documentary. It's called a deck, and that we're shopping around to investors and filmmakers.
Oh, that sounds pretty interesting. We'll have to check that out. When it comes around, you'll have to come back.
Sure thing.
All right. So where do you want to go? What is the number one thing that's piquing your interest right now?
Well, it's always Antarctica, because I've been down there and going to do this documentary. So people send me links, GPS coordinates. Hey, check this out. So I go there with some, interest to try to get to the bottom of it. But also the giants that once walked the earth. And right now I'm at my ranch in northwestern Nevada. I live in a valley that was once a giant freshwater lake during the last ice age called Lake Lahontan. And all around the rim of Lake Lahontan are these caves where they found mummified giants. Lovelock Cave, Spirit Cave, Grimes Point, Winnemucca. And so Frank Jacob, legendary filmmaker who did Packing for Mars, he's coming out in a couple weeks, and we're going to go around to all these sites and start a documentary about the giants of Lake Lahontan.
You got your thumb in a lot of pies, as a friend of mine would say. Right?
Yeah, I like interesting projects to work on.
Yeah. The giants, you think those are just the Nephilim, right?
What are the Nephilim? They're the
Well,
offspring of the Anunnaki and Earth women.
Yeah, or fallen angels and earth women, right?
Yep. Or the elongated skulls that have been found all over the place. Yeah.
We had Scott Mitchell on, and he swears that that these beings in Antarctica are actually fallen angels. That's their craft. I mean, they've been here since before man. They've been here forever, and they, obviously, they're smart because they've been here all this time. They've been able to put this machinery together.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? Where do you stand on the religious side of things? Do you think this is a biblical thing, or do you think that it's just aliens and whatnot?
Well, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. We have to consider all sides to every one of these equations. I do know that Brian Forrester, a colleague of mine, I was down in South America with him, and we went to a museum and we saw one of the elongateds in this little museum. They exist. They're real. They're not human. They're human-like. They're not human. For example, they don't have a suture crack through the center of their head like humans do. Their eye sockets are 30% bigger. The connection to their spine is 30% bigger. And lo and behold, their heads are 30% bigger. Much bigger than humans. So bigger head, bigger body, aka giants. So Brian Forrester and another colleague, Klaus Donna, have done DNA tests on some of the, sometimes they even have some of the tissue still attached. So they were able to do DNA testing. And Lloyd Pye had a skull called the Star Child skull, really big head too. In all cases, they found that it was a female mother human who birthed this giant, or these elongateds, but an unknown father DNA in all cases. So let's connect some data points. What does the Bible tell us? That from earth they came, these godlike creatures. They saw the earth women, that they were fair, and they mated with them. And their offspring was the Nephilim.
Yeah, but you could take the Bible in the exact opposite way it's written too. Like, I don't know, like the Bible's one of those things, like if you look at it from a God point of view, you'll read it as a God point of view. If you look at it from an alien point of view, you can read it from an alien point of view.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like it works both ways, doesn't it?
Right. You can read into it many different ways.
Yeah, yeah. That's what's so freaky about it. I mean, these stories could easily be, from beings that are from another planet or from another dimension or wherever they're from. Or they could be about, God and, this, that, and other thing. And, I don't know, I don't know. I have a hard time thinking that, you know, I'd burn in hell for telling a lie to my mother,
Well, don't lie, but connect data.
Well, you know what I'm saying though,
Make a
right?
logical assumption based on the evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I tried to do.
Weird,
I
man.
have no motivation to go anywhere except where the evidence and the narrative takes me. It's
So
just
do you think that we're on the verge of another pole shift?
well,
I mean, it's
maybe
moving, isn't it?
one of some of the points I make in my presentation is that the magnetic poles are on the move. So they generally stay in a certain area near the North Pole, not quite there, but near. So the North Magnetic Pole was in the northern Hudson Bay. Right now, it is racing across the Arctic Ocean toward Siberia. Similarly, the South Magnetic Pole is moving towards Australia.
Yeah, the other way.
It's off the continent already. So if you sailed a boat between the coastline and the South Magnetic Pole, your compass would point towards Australia. That's how far away. So that could be a telltale sign that
And our magnetic field is totally just going away.
right.
Magnetic
Well,
field
it's
is
breaking down and it's on the move. So that could be a telltale sign that we're getting ready for another pole shift.
and that could be
In which
bad.
case,
How
yeah,
bad could that
real
be? I
bad.
mean, could you explain just how bad that is?
Well, just consider the Earth is an ocean planet. A lot of people don't realize it, but we are covered with 71% water. So if the poles were to shift 45 degrees,
They'd snap. It's like a snap.
the oceans would become very turbulent. You would not survive living near the coast because it would just be a wash basin that's just churning up and sloshing all over all coastal communities around the world. So right there, you're going to lose about 60 or 70% of the population in a couple days if there was a pole shift. The other survivors would then have to deal with very tumultuous weather. It would put up volcanoes would erupt and it would put up a lot of ash into the sky. So we would have what has been called as a nuclear winter, but without nuclear bombs, but just all this ash in the air. It makes the whole planet winter-like. So we could even descend into another ice age.
Yeah.
Now, how would you survive? How could you grow your own food? Do you have access to clean, fresh water? And let's face it, a lot of people that would survive probably wouldn't survive for long. So that's why Earth goes through these great changes. One of the first casualties are all the people that are alive. And the last one that happened was when Mount Toba erupted. And that wasn't a pole shift situation, but it was a volcano that put up so much ash, it made the Earth very cold for a number of decades. And the world population of humans could have fit into one of our largest sports stadiums. That's all there was on the planet. So
do you think it'd be best to, like, if you were to choose, do you think it'd be best to be on the surface on a high mountain somewhere, or would it be best to be underground?
hard to say. I mean, maybe the underground floods. If water seeps in over the top, it could go down a water shaft
I just read a story that they found such a massive ocean under the earth. It was like if they took all of our oceans, what is it, 7 oceans or however many oceans we have, if you put them together, the size of the ocean under the earth is like 3 of those
Hmm.
put together. Like just the amount of water that's hidden underneath, like buried deep in the earth, like miles and miles and miles in the earth.
Hmm.
It just blows my mind. And what happens if all that gets out, right?
Oh, I mean, do you even want to live through those kind of circumstances?
I guess something like that happens. It is what it is, right?
It is what it is.
I mean,
And
you're in your situation that you're in, I guess.
maybe Noah's Ark was a spaceship that took up some animals and people and then brought them back down when the earth was stable and safe.
Or
There's other ways to look at that too.
Maybe they just took embryos.
Yep.
Or DNA samples. Who knows, right?
Genetic
Speaking of underground bases, let's talk about these DUMBs a little bit. Do you think that they exist, these deep underground military bases, like I guess all around the planet, like where the military is working with these beings?
Yeah. It's a known fact. My book Future Esoteric has a whole chapter on the underground bases, and I also cover that in my third book in the esoteric series called Beyond Esoteric, because that's alternative too. That these think tanks in the 1950s said, well, if we destroy the surface of the planet, then maybe we got to go underground or go off planet, which is alternative 3. So they've been planning this. It's called continuation of government, COG, and they've been building these underground bunkers since right after World War II. In fact, it was the Nazi engineers that helped them do it because they were building these for the war effort, made Fortress Europe, all these bunkers around northern France and Belgium and Holland and up to Denmark. Boy, there are just still so many of these underground features. Then they came here with Project Paperclip and they built the underground features here that were in case we went to war with Russia, that all members of Congress would go underground and we would keep our government going. Well, they kept going and going and going. Now there's over 130 known underground bases in North America. And yeah, most towns, if there's a military base just right over the mountain range from where I'm at, Fallon, Nevada, there's a deep underground military base, and it connects to others with maglev 2 trains. They travel at twice the speed of sound, and they can travel all over the place. I've got maps of these deep underground military bases in Future Esoteric and Beyond Esoteric. And if you want to check it out, you can go to cccpublishing.com and click on either one of those books. Look in the table of contents because I have the Google Books feature on each page. You can look it up right now and check out some of the maps because there's probably a DUMB near you. And I'd say, where you're at, Michael, in Huntsville, there's most certainly one.
Yeah. Well, North Alabama is one of the biggest cave-ridden areas in America. Is Huntsville, Alabama. There's so much underground already before Paperclip even happened that they're probably down there. I mean, of course they're down there. It just makes sense. Do you think that there's a battle going on underground? I mean, I'm sure you've heard of Gene Decode, right?
Oh, yeah.
Do you think that's happening?
Yeah, he thinks they're taking out all the DUMBs. So every time there's a earthquake around 4.5 to 5.5 on the Richter scale, and it's 10 kilometers deep, it's about 7 miles deep, he says that's a telltale sign they're taking out another DUMB. So look at all these very anomalous earthquakes that are happening in places that have never had earthquakes. In the East Coast, there was just one in it was in New Jersey, but it was felt in Manhattan. My friend William Henry was on the Ancient Aliens tour. He was up on the 12th floor of a hotel, and it was rocking and rolling.
Yeah,
Like
now
you were
that
out here in
that
California.
earthquake in New Jersey, that was right underneath Trump's golf course, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I heard it was right underneath Bedminster.
Okay.
That's crazy
Could be a dumb there.
what they were thinking.
Well, the point is they're everywhere, and they have been used for nefarious purposes, including human trafficking. So good. I'm glad they're getting taken out. I want to think that what Gene Decode is saying is true, that these things need to be taken out, that they're very nefarious.
So you think that there's a battle going on between humanity to try to take the Earth back from these beings from Antarctica?
So it's not just beings in Antarctica. I think they have many legacy bases, is what I call them, that are really old underground bases. The biggest one here in North America is in Dulce, New Mexico, underneath the Archuleta Mesa. And if you've ever heard of Phil Schneider, he was working on the DUMS, and he was talking at some of his conferences about going down there, and he was part of the war. He would show a couple of his fingers that got shot off with a laser beam, and he opened his shirt up and showed a big scar on his chest. He was one that survived, but he said many didn't. So there have been underground wars that have taken place. We've tried to take them out, but they have very advanced weaponry, and even though we have more troops to throw at it, it was just a one-sided slaughter. So they decided to leave Dulce alone, but that's the worst of them in North America. That's where the Nightmare Hall is, and I describe it. Paul Benowitz was down there. He was one of the first whistleblowers to come out. I describe it in my book, Beyond Esoteric, as well as Phil Schneider's story and some of these battles that have taken place. It wasn't just in Dulce, but also at Area 51. They had an underground battle that we lost dozens of our finest special operations troops. They just were no match to the kind of weaponry that these aliens had down there.
Well, I heard Commander Thor is helping us now. Have you heard that?
I have heard that. Yeah.
What do you think of that?
Good.
It is what it is, right? Yeah. You go, Commander Thor.
Yeah. Take him out.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you this, as soon as you hear that there's an earthquake 10 kilometers below Dulce, New Mexico, do a little fist bump in the air, because that's a good sign.
Yeah, or if I feel one right here at in Huntsville, Alabama.
Yeah.
I've been waiting. I've been waiting here in Huntsville, but I mean, Huntsville is like it's the deep state of the South. I mean, everything is here that you can think of. We've got Boeing here, Raytheon's here, NASA's here. Northrop Grumman is here. I mean, if it's a deep state missile production company, it's right here in Redstone, Alabama. I mean, they're all over the place. You cannot miss them. I mean, and the funny thing is that if you look at them on the map and connect the line on the Huntsville map, you put in their addresses, right? And you connect the buildings with a line, they all form a perfect pentagram right on the map.
Wow.
It's
That's
crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And that's Operation Paperclip. And Dr. Strangelove wants me to ask you if you think Paperclip was a Catholic operation.
Catholic. Well, the Catholic Church, the Vatican, was aiding and abetting Nazi Germany. I have a picture of I think his name was Pope Pius, shaking hands with Adolf Hitler during World War II. Of course, Italy was part of the Axis, but the Red Cross and the Vatican were helping these paperclip Nazis escape. So paperclip was mainly the Americans bringing over their scientists, where Catholic Charities and the Red Cross were using their contacts and their resources to get other officers out of Germany, give them new identities with a new passport, and find a place that they could go, mostly to South America. I was driving through Bolivia on our way to Antarctica. My girlfriend at the time, and we're reading through The Lonely Planet. We're going through this little town, and it says, "Oh, and there's this sawmill still on the edge of town. You can go to. Nothing really to see at a sawmill, but in the back is a cabin where Klaus Barbie lived his natural life with a new assumed alias. He was called the Butcher of Leon." So a lot of these very notorious ones literally got away with murder, and they helped give them a new life, mostly in South American countries. But there are other countries that took in some of these refugees as they were at the time.
Yeah. That's been pretty well documented now at this point. I mean, a lot of people like to argue that at first, but there's no getting away now.
Getting away now.
These places have admitted it.
Yep.
So Journey Through the Gate Paranormal Podcast says hello. She
Hello.
says she loves Brad Olsen. So if you haven't been on Journey Through the Gate Paranormal Portal Podcast, Brad, you should check that out. That's a fun one to go be on. And
yeah, sounds good. Hit me up. You can send her my email. We can set up.
Dumbs are us. You ready to take some listener questions?
Sure.
All right, hang on. Let me give a quick shout out to everybody that's here. I see Robert Bell is here. Dr. Strangelove, how you doing? Sigmund Ooze, Hugo Darn, Adam Robbins, how you doing? I think I met him in an Uber. He lives on the other side of the mountain than me. I see Antera is here. Let's see. There's a few people here. AB is here. I'm just going through the comments. They weren't expecting me to do this. Happy Plague Doctor. I saw Blue Chicken. Steven Johnson. Okay, so I'm not going to scroll up much farther than that. It looks like Sir Wolf says hello. And if anybody has any questions, now's the time. Go ahead and post it in the comments section here in the live chat, and I'll throw it up on the screen for Brad Olsen. Ask away.
So I'm looking at Robert Bell's comment.
Yeah, he says
quickly about 3 levels down. That's pretty common to go 3 or more levels down. So when I lived in San Francisco, California, I was just a couple blocks away from the Presidio. And I did a video, you can find it on YouTube, called The Underground Presidio. And I talked to some of the maintenance workers there. And there are videos of people getting in there, sneaking around and getting into the underground base at the Presidio, which is now part of the national park, Golden Gate National Recreation Area. But he said it went down 3 levels. And that's where they were doing a lot of MK Ultra stuff. Really, really dark mind control activities in the 1950s and 60s, including so they had a flop house in Telegraph Hill in North Beach, and they would hire prostitutes to just get unwitting guys to come back to this house that had 2-way mirrors, and they were filming. And our CIA was testing out every single drug you can imagine, legal or illegal. And they wanted to find what drugs would make people the most susceptible to suggestion. And these prostitutes would get them really nuked on drugs, and then try to get them to do different things to see how far they can get the guys to go. And then some of them, if they seem to be worthy of further testing, would be taken to the underground base in the Presidio. Some of them only to emerge naked several days later and coming off the worst hangover of their life, just wondering what the heck happened to them. And there were many, many stories. Dwayne Dietrich still lives in San Francisco, and I've talked to him a number of times. He worked on the Presidio, and can he tell you some stories. But that's also where the Satanist in the U.S. Army, what's his name? His last name starts with an A. Really dark guy. And he was stationed at the Presidio running all these programs. So I see we got some questions coming in. Just wanted to throw that in about
Yeah, Dr. Strangelove wants to know, and I'll throw that up there for you to read, but I won't say the name. We just want to know if
Yeah.
Adolf was cloned.
Cloned. Yeah, well, remember Boys from Brazil? It was all about that. What about the girls from Brazil? Do you know who his presumed daughters are? They all happen to hold high office. At least some of them do.
I heard
That's
that, yeah.
Angela Merkel in Germany and Theresa May in the UK Prime Minister. And I think a Lithuanian president too. And they all look alike. There's even pictures of them as teenagers.
So is it a bloodline thing?
Yes.
So they think that they're the sons of Cain.
That
That's
and
what I've
probably
heard.
others. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Like that's what all this. And BlackRock just bought Ancestry DNA, and you got to wonder if they're not looking for more relatives, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Davy Jones says he loves the show. I saw it. There we go. Happy Plague Doctor. Thanks so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. So, do you think the Germans use the Vril technology in submarines?
Well, if we're talking about the same Vril technology they used in the first generation of crafts, I'd say probably so. Why wouldn't they? It is absolutely known fact that the Germans had the most advanced U-boat submarines during the World War II than had ever been seen. They were so advanced, they could go from Germany all the way to Antarctica without ever touching the surface. And so the technology that was employed in their U-boats was certainly taken to the US, where they have backward engineered it, and so did the Soviets. And so now the submarine technology has really rendered most battleships obsolete, as well as aircraft carriers. It has totally changed the whole outlook of what a Navy can do, because now those ships are just sitting ducks to not only the submarines, but also drone attack or missile attacks.
Yeah, that's what I find funny with this whole Israeli war. I mean, they're spending millions of $1 million missiles to shoot down a $50 drone. I mean, how long is this going to be able to continue?
Right.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
Well, that might have been what they were intending by sending those real clunky drones, is to expend their Iron Dome capabilities.
Yeah, well, not even that. I mean, even the Houthis with their $50 drones coming into the Red Sea. I mean, they're getting shot down. $1 million missiles. Shooting down a $50 drone just blows my mind. How much longer we could do that, right? I mean, I guess we could just keep doing it, right? I mean, we just print money and build more. As long as the American people work for paper.
Yeah, fiat currency, what a scam.
That's what I tell everybody. I'm like, don't work hard unless they're paying you in silver quarters.
There you go. It's about the only thing worth value.
Adam Rahmed said, and it's just a statement, but a pretty good one. The Dome in Huntsville is actually a city with restaurants and homes for citizens and military. You must have a card to enter, and only the card holder is allowed, no family. I know this for a fact.
Well, I would also add to that, the deep underground military base below the Denver airport is the same way. And that is supposed to be the biggest one in the country. It's so big and so deep, and many layers, goes down over a mile. Denver's nicknamed the Mile High City, and it's way up there in elevation. So they could go down really deep and still not even get to sea level. And it's the people that have described it to me, and I've talked to a couple whistleblowers, say that, yeah, the elite have their own homes, to the point that there are villages down there, and you have a key code to get in. You go into your house and you have a fireplace with a mantelpiece with pictures of your family members, and you feel like you're in your own house. They have that for them, and they are so well stocked that they could go not years but decades on the stockpiled food they have down there. This is called Alternative 2, and it's in my book Beyond Esoteric, that they have been planning for some kind of catastrophe on the surface whether it be these solar flares, which, by the way, this weekend is supposed to be really interesting.
Well, we're going to get 4 hits, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 hits starting Friday night.
Was it going to knock down our grid? Are we going to not be able to fly? I'm supposed to fly out to St. Louis on Sunday for the Journey to Truth conference next week.
Well, I know for a fact that they mess with the GPS really bad. So
Yep.
that's going to mess up all our targeting systems in our missiles. Journey Through the Gate Paranormal Podcast wants to know what you think of the Philadelphia experiment, real or fake?
I wrote about it in Future Esoteric. I think it's real. I think Nikola Tesla was the driving force, but he was a very benevolent inventor. And he was the one that pulled the plug on the first Philadelphia experiment that went awry. They did do it a couple more
about
times.
The town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically what they were doing was creating these magnetic fields around the USS Eldridge. What they were trying to do is just make it invisible to radar, because radar was at its infancy stage in World War II. And they were just trying to mess around with this idea of let's just try to make the ship invisible. They didn't realize that it would transport to the Norfolk, Virginia Naval Base, which it did. But when it was coming back to Philadelphia shipyard, it had a breakdown, and it basically tore the fabric of space and time. And that's when Al Bielek and his brother Duncan Cameron, why they have different names is something to do with the timeline. They jumped off the ship, and then they appeared 40 years to the day, to the hour, to the second in Long Island Sound. Not only did they just jump off the boat and then come above water 40 years later, but there were boats there ready to pick them up. And they did. They went to Fort Hero on Montauk. And that's what the Montauk base has a connection with the Philadelphia experiment. In that time, they had recovered several of the chairs out of UFOs from the craft retrievals. And they found that the chairs, when you sit in them and wear the headpiece, that your mental thoughts can actually project different things that become manifest in reality. So there was a time in the town of Montauk where all these crypto creatures were running through the town one night because somebody was projecting that from the Montauk chair. So there was all kinds of weird experiments going on there. And I've had the good fortune of getting to know Peter Moon, who wrote the whole book series. And he knew all those guys, Duncan Cameron, Al Bielek, and several of the other people that worked on the base. And he lives out there, and he keeps telling me, Brad, you got to come to Montauk. I'll give you the great tour of Camp Hero. And there's underwater pyramids off Long Island, a lot of weird stuff. There's another paranormal hotspot right there.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's pyramids off the coast of Cuba too, I believe, in what is that? The Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah, that's actually in the Bahamas.
Man, there's so many questions, right? Have you seen the video of that plane that had the planes going, the UFOs flying around it and then just disappeared? They call it that flight 370 or something.
Oh yeah.
What do you think of that? Do you think that that's real?
Okay, we're talking about the Malaysian airline flight that disappeared 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, I know exactly what happened. So the reason I stopped watching PBS and the show Nova is because they did a show called When Planes Go Missing. No, they don't. They have GPS on them. The engines are made by Rolls-Royce. They embed GPS in them, know exactly where that plane went. So first of all, it tried to evade capture, right? It was supposed to go from Malaysia to China with 4 of the 5 patent holders for a new microprocessor has turned out to be very revolutionary, as well as several of the people that worked, I think it was called Freescale Electronics. They were all on this flight. Why they would book them all on one flight is it's hard to know. But who is the fifth patent holder? Turns out to be Jacob Rothschild.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
And if the other patent holders die, go missing, he gets it all. He got it all. So who would be able to pull this off? Well, the Mossad could do it. Our CIA could do it. And what did they do? Well, first they were trying to get the plane out of the flight path. So it went through the northern part of Sumatra. And it did that zigzag, but it got picked up on radar. So they knew it got into the Indian Ocean. And that's when Nova said, oh, these are all the possible places it could have flown before it run out of gas. And they show 50 different points in the Indian Ocean. And they just neglected to put the one place that has a landing pad that could take a big plane like this landing. Do you know where that is?
But it didn't land. It just disappeared.
Well, no, it landed because people survived and they gassed them, right? All the passengers were basically passed out. But some of them started coming to, and they lifted up their phone and they filmed outside the window. And that was the telltale sign of where they were.
Now, how do you know this? Where'd you get that info?
Came out right when it happened.
Oh,
Those videos, I'm sure, have been scrubbed. But it came out right when it happened. They were on Diego Garcia Island, which is south of Sri Lanka. And from Diego Garcia, then they gassed them all. They were dead. Okay.
So you don't think they put them in a wormhole then?
No.
Okay.
I saw that video recently. I'm not really buying it. What happened was, this is what happened to that flight. It went to Israel because they could retrofit it, refuel it. And then it went to Amsterdam. What happened a couple months after MH370 went missing? A Malaysian flight got shot out of the sky over the Ukraine.
Oh, yeah, I saw that too.
They
Yeah.
blamed it on Russia. It wasn't Russia. It was Ukraine. When that plane came down, and there were also videos of this, people went out to the wreckage and it got blasted out of the sky. Okay. It was blown up in midair. They went out there and they found bodies that had been dead for a couple months. And they're filled with formaldehyde. They were the passengers on MH370.
Oh, wow. I didn't know
It
that.
was put to rest, and it was just the end of it. And Jacob Rothschild acquired the patent. So here's a little saying we have in journalism: when you can't make sense of a story, follow the money. And in this case, the money is hundreds of millions of dollars. So there was definitely a motive to take out those Freescale scientists and patent holders. And he did it because they control the intelligence services. One of my favorite researchers, his name is Anthony Hilder, greatly underestimated how important his research has been to this field. But he had a saying, and he kept repeating it, that all the intelligence agencies, our CIA, the Mossad, the MI6, they're all just working for the globalists. They're the enforcement arm of the CFR, he said, the Council on Foreign Relations. That's what they do. They take orders from the globalists and do their dirty work. They call it the wet works. And so these agencies of ours, they've gone rogue. They have been co-opted by the globalist money. And like you said earlier in the program, Michael, when you control the printing press and you can just print as much of this fiat currency as you want, yeah, you can get these guys to do anything. So you're making $100,000 a year to do the wet works, or even more. Take out that MH370. I'm sure every one of the operatives that worked on that, if they hadn't been taken out themselves, because that's the other thing.
Yeah, they love doing that.
Just kill them. Get rid of them. Dead men tell no lies.
Yeah, they love doing that.
Yeah.
That's a Seth Rich thing too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then now we start going into territory we probably shouldn't discuss on this platform.
Okay. I don't want to get you in trouble.
No, you know what? It's all right. You know, I've come to terms with it. You know, I've come to terms. If I get popped, I get popped. What are you gonna do? You know, I noticed a lot of other people are getting away with stuff. Why can't I?
Put it up on Rumble too.
Yeah, it's not just me. It's you know,
Yeah.
everybody. You know, we're here to. You know, we should be able to talk about the things that we want to talk about. And it's a shame that, you know, I live in the United States of America and I have to worry about what I say on a streaming platform.
Yeah.
It's a shame. You know, there should be an internet bill of rights. You know,
There should be.
There should be. So, all right, Brad. Why don't you tell everybody where they could find you?
Yeah, sure. Well, you see my name spelled there, Brad Olsen. Go to bradolsen.com and find out my conference schedule. I'm booked at 8 more conferences this year. A couple are coming up for next year. I love speaking in public, just like you and I are having this conversation. I do it in front of an audience and people seem to like what I have to say. So that's good. And it's all predicated and based on my books, these esoteric series of books, which are highly acclaimed, won some awards, and you can find those on cccpublishing.com. If you order my books off the website, it's the only place you can get signed copies. They come through my office here, so I'm happy to sign books for people. And I also publish other authors like Michael Jaco, Laura Eisenhower's new book, Awakening the Truth Frequency, just came out. It's doing good, but I just ran out of stock. So you can't order that one off the website. We're getting the second print run in 2 months already printed up.
You know,
So
you could
that's
probably
all.
also get a signed book if you just bought Brad's book on Amazon and happen to run into him at a grocery store. You could probably hit him up there and he'll sign it for you there too.
Well, you know what people do is buy them off of Amazon or Barnes and Noble and bring them to the conferences, and then I sign them for people there too.
Yeah, there you go. That works too, right? You'll sign it anytime.
Yeah. But the two main websites are bradolsen.com and cccpublishing.com. And
All right,
get
and
yourself a signed
another
copy.
question somebody had asked earlier on the show, and I almost forgot to ask: what if somebody wants to go to Antarctica with you? Is there a way that they can crowdfund you and then you drag them along?
Well, to the tune of $10 million, sure. you
Yeah,
can come.
come on, you're coming.
But here's something that everybody needs to know. It's very expensive to travel down there because the distances are vast, and we want to basically zigzag the continent. So it's a big price tag. I mean, Linda Moulton Howe wants to go. Michael Sala wants to go. Michael Jaco wants to go. Everybody wants to go, but you can only take so many people. And we will have a crew, a film crew, and then a logistics crew. And if we get the funding, yeah, this is going to be incredible. I've been down there and I know these locations and I look into it all the time. So I'm able to map out the itinerary where we want to go. But the season is very short. It's only from mid-November till early March. And then the onset of winter comes in and you can't really go then. But when we were down there, it was some nice warm days. We were sitting on the deck of our boat in our t-shirts and bathing suits. So
Is it like Alaska where it's dark for a certain amount of time during the year and then it's light again for a certain time of the year?
Right. So
it's like that.
Here's just a quick little way to dispel the flat earth myth. There is what's known as the Arctic Circle and the Antarctic Circle. And when the earth tilts, there's 24 hours sun in the summer and 24 hours of darkness in the winter, depending on which pole is in summer and which is in winter. That could only happen with a spherical planet. And I was down there for just after summer solstice. And we got 20 hours of daylight and saw the midnight sun. And it's an incredible experience to be down there with so much daylight. You just have to go to sleep when it's still light out and you wake up and it's still light out. So I know a lot of people are gonna jump on me and believe in the flat Earth, but I
I'm
do
sure
believe
they
it's
have an
a
argument for
psyop.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
You-
a psyops. Nobody was talking about this 15, 20 years ago. Nobody. It all just came out with these very slick, well-produced videos, and I've watched them too. And I've debated Flat Earth Dave on his show. It was a big waste of time because he kept repeating the same things over and over again that I disproved. It's like, look, dude, I got pictures right here on my camera. You want to see me walking on Antarctica? I'll show you. But to a flat earther, it's just an ice wall. And I'm telling you, there's no such thing. It's just make believe. You can believe in Santa Claus living in the Arctic North Pole too, but it doesn't mean it's true. It's a fable.
Hey, come on now. Don't be busting on Santa Claus. We all know he lives in the North Pole, okay?
Believe your
There's no
fantasy.
reason, no reason to drag Santa into this. All right. And
Fair
just for
enough.
the record, I do not think the Earth is flat. I think it's round. But man, some of their arguments are fascinating. But you're right. I mean, hello, you know, it's light out all the time or it's dark all the time. The Earth is tilting this way. I mean, it's just common sense when you think about it. It is what it is. Brad, thanks so much for coming on, man. I really do appreciate it.
Well, hey, thanks, Michael, for having me on Conflict Radio again. It was a great talk. And as always, we'll just have to do it again sometime.
Yeah, we're gonna have to. Maybe we can get into Ascension or something, or I could finally get a Mike Jaco on. I'd love to get that guy on and talk about Ascension. Right? Get both of you on at the same time.
Yeah, we'll try to get Jaco on. He's a great host and guest. So just let him know we just had our conversation. And
Yeah,
I
everybody's freaking out in the chat now, that wondering why the hell you bad mouthing Santa.
well, I believed in him too till I was about 6 years old, and shattered my reality.
Yeah, it happens. All right, everybody, that's going to do it for us. Thanks a lot, Brad, for coming on. We really do appreciate if you guys like and leave a comment on the video. It helps with the algorithm. We are just coming back. I see that there's a ton of people in here, so there should be a ton of likes, and it really does help the algorithm a lot. Get a lot of people that don't know we're back in here, and to enjoy Conflict Radio again. Brad, thanks so much for coming on. And until next time, everybody, batten down the hatches and be safe. All right, guys, that was Brad Olsen. There's 3 episodes we did. It wasn't too long ago we did that one there. I did. I've got to stop this from. Sorry, that thing was yapping in my ear. I see we have a whole bunch of people in here, so I did dig up this old members only episode. It's about 20 minutes long. We're having a Brad Olsen marathon tonight with all of our old episodes with him. So I figured, why not let you guys hear this members only episode with Brad Olsen. It's about 20 more minutes, and then we'll wrap it up. I see a bunch of people are still here. I see Renee Cruz in the house. Diamond Dave is at 107. Miss Tessa Marie, how you doing? Myra Patel. This is a whole bunch of people in here. I saw Elf, Tigers, and Z, Stefan Godge, Abba Witch, Wiggler, Joseph B, Eric Newman. Man, there's just a lot of people. Glad everybody's tuning in. Do hit that thumbs up button. It helps with the algorithm. It helps the channel. We got to grow a little bit. I tried getting Richard Greer scheduled on the show, and he won't come on a show unless we have 1 million subscribers. So I messaged him back that once we get to 1 million subs, we'll expect him on. So help me get that sub count up. Share the video, share the channel, share, like everything. You know how it is. All right, let's go ahead and play this. And I hope you guys enjoy. All of you subscribers out there, thanks a lot for subscribing. I hope you enjoy the after shows. Definitely check them out. We were just talking to Brad, and I wanted to get his insights on some things, but I also wanted to ask him what he thought of the elites travel down there. But first, you mentioned something at the end of the interview we were just talking about, Brad, where you were talking about the black goo. What do you mean by
Right.
black goo? Was it like on the ice? Was it on rocks?
No.
What do you mean?
No, this is something a lot of people have never heard about. It's an AI substance. Okay. It was stored at the South Thule Island, which is another one of these pan-Antarctic islands, one of the most remote places of the world. And there was a Argentinian base there called Cobeta Uruguay Station, and it's in the South Sandwich Islands. And basically, the real reason the Falkland Wars took place in 1982 was to capture this base, which were just scientists anyways. They put up a white flag and surrendered. There were two fleets of ships during the Falkland Wars. A lot of people don't realize another set of ships went down and captured these southern islands, including South Thule Island. It was called Operation Keyhole, and it was a British special operation to recapture Thule Island and the South Sandwich Islands, the Falkland Wars. Operation took place 19th and 20th of June, 1982, and that is where they ended the war. The Falkland Wars ended right there on the base. That's how badly they wanted it. And basically what it was is a cave, like an ET cave that was created a very long time ago. So the common narrative pertaining to the black goo is that it's an AI substance that can be used to rapidly clone any life form. It was brought to Earth by a benevolent ET group shortly after the Toba eruption some 74,000 years ago. And I've been to Lake Toba on the island of Sumatra, and it is a giant volcano that erupted in fairly recent times, 74,000 years ago. And at that time, it eradicated 60% or more of the worldwide human population that was on the surface of that time. So all of who have survived are of descendants of Lemuria. That was the largest group. And then so they had the nuclear winter of the Toba explosion. This is all going to make sense in a second here.
Mm-hmm.
Earth was always meant to be humans on the surface. But at that time, there were so few humans that you could fit all the people alive in one of our largest stadiums, like Texas stadiums, all the humans on the entire planet. So there was a potential threat of another ET race coming here and wiping out the last humans and taking over the planet. So the black goo was introduced into a frozen cave in South Thule Island a long time ago. So this comes from an intuitive named Alex Newwald, who writes for Nexus Magazine and his own books on this. And these are some other data points from Harold Kotzvella, as well as Miles Johnston of the Basis Project, as people that know about the black goo and what has happened since it was basically confiscated by the Brits. And this is what the Falkland Wars was all about, to get it. And the year after they conquered the base, they got rid of it. There is no longer a Corbetta Uruguay base on South Thule Island. So they took the black goo and they took it up to London, and it basically got loose. The scientists couldn't control it, and there were a large loss of life at the Marconi laboratories where they were trying to backward engineer it. And this stuff comes from one of the most remote parts of the world, just outside of Antarctica, because when it's frozen, it's inert. It doesn't take form. So the ET groups that knew about it were very upset that the Brits, who were much like Americans and were kind of exploiting places at the time, would do such a thing. Had some stern words to say about what would happen if the black goo ever escaped.
Wow.
And now presumably it has.
How long ago has it escaped?
So probably in the late 1980s, it was reported to be in the sewer system of London.
Oh,
and so
wow.
Just a little bit about what it is. So control of the black goo was really what the Falkland Wars was all about, because owning to this magnetic property, the substance has the ability for self-organizing itself mechanically in various ways. And so that's what the scientists at the Marconi laboratories wanted to do, but the thing got out and it's a big mess. So let me quote from Alex Newwald in Nexus magazine. It's called Coevolution, an Interplanetary Adventure, where he says, when we set up, this is the ET that he was channeling and telling him about this. When we set up our base on Southern Thule, there was good reason for this. Not only was it isolated, which suited our work, but it was also infected beneath its surface, what I call the black plague. So there are two kinds of black goo as well, one of which can be and does live organically in the world. The other was introduced as this rapid cloning substance that has its own sentience about it. So to quote this article again, it is like a concentration of negative energy. We wanted to see if we could nullify this plague before it made its way out to the surface by accident or design. It is easier to control if kept near 0 degrees, so it's best to work with it in colder regions of your planet. Heat appears to be its friend. If it were ever to be released into the tropics, I don't think we could deal with it. And it has escaped. And that's the problem. And it also corresponds to the timeline of when the Morgellons crisis has hit the world as well, which is beginning in the 1990s. The first cases were diagnosed. And this too has a very black goo-like substance. These fibers can come out of the body and sometimes leave behind this tarry substance. So I'm making a connection. Other researchers, such as Deborah Tavares, she also knows quite a bit about Morgellons. She and I are both on record of saying that everybody has got it now. It has now reached every human in the world, at least those in the northern hemisphere where the chemtrailing activity has been largely taking place. And so these Morgellons are part of it. They've been sprayed down, and then this black goo got loose. There is this connection that it's this tarry-like substance that comes out of people's bodies. And I do have a chapter of this in my new book called Morgellon Nanobots, as well as some of this information on the black goo. But that's the basic gist behind this stuff.
Wow.
Is that it is this AI substance that has gotten loose in the world.
That's fascinating. Jared, what do you think of that?
Well, I'm all about spintronics and nanotechnology, and it's been around a really long time. I mean, they were talking publicly about it. Even, Kurzweil writes about it in The Singularity is Near about weaponized nanotechnology. We had Wi-Fi enabled nanobots we have nano factories that are between 80 and 157 atoms in size. So you can not only put out nanobots, but you could create factories that are on the atomic scale, very, 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 very tiny. And what's more terrifying is that they can just be out in the wind or in your body, replicating into anything that they want to tell them via Wi-Fi to do. And I know the latest thing is for people to talk about 5, just 5G, the latest. Yeah. So, but that's not relevant. What's relevant is the ability to frequency in and manage a nanobot that's been around a long time and publicly, at least since 2008, as applicable in, commercial technology. So how long have they been really managing products like this? It's really unknown. And like I said, it's really dangerous because they're assuming that at our level of, I always describe us as being in safe mode, that we're not where we were when we terraformed the planet and where we were a much more advanced society. Right now we're operating in safe mode, and it's really dangerous to have people that I don't think are operating at any higher consciousness making decisions based on power to say, hey, this number of people aren't worth this or worth that, when I think, again, I keep preaching that the total value of the human RAM on the planet is relevant, and you can't just eliminate 30% of the population or go back to 500 million people. There's no lost playbook to how many people should be on Earth. But if we look at our ancient history, in my opinion, I think there was many more billions of people here than what is currently listed. It's not less, it was more.
All right. Well, I mean that goes in, a whole lot. Another thing with these nanobots and apparently this virus that's going around. Brad, have you heard or seen any of those videos where they're plucking the fibers off the virus test sticks and it's like wiggling around and moving like a worm?
Yeah, sure have multiple ones, even before the PCR test.
I mean
Seeing all,
that's freaky, man.
and that's also a form of AI as well.
And they're putting that up. They're putting that right on that the brain blood barrier right up there in your nose, right?
Right. That's what the PCR tests do, and it would be the most vulnerable place to put nanobots because the connection to the brain is the narrowest, and there are some blood vessels and other things that connect via the nose passage right to the brain. And so that would be
absolutely creepy.
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense. Why do we have to go way up the nasal passage when if COVID is airborne, why can't we sneeze or spit into a cup and they could do the test that way? So this nose test makes no damn sense at all.
Yeah, I don't like any of this stuff going on at all, and there's no way I'm going down it and taking this shot. There's no way. So that's where I stand on that. Let's talk a little bit about the elites, where John Kerry went down and all these people went down to Antarctica. I threw this at Jared the other day, and boy, I got quite the laugh from both people we were talking to. I forget who we were talking to. I think we were talking to Wallace Wagner. And
yeah.
I had mentioned that I had heard that the elites had traveled down there because that's where the throne room for Satan is. Have you heard that? I got a laugh out of you too.
No, I haven't heard the throne room for Satan, but I'll put that in my pipe and smoke it a little bit. Think about that.
Yeah, like there's a cave that is an entrance to Satan's throne room, because he was cast out of heaven, apparently down to earth, and he's got a throne room set up right there in Antarctica.
Well, the Russian Orthodox Patriarch of Moscow, named Kirill III, went down there to bless an Orthodox chapel, which is about the size of a large outhouse. It's so small. So why would this elderly man go down there? That might have something to do with the Ark of Gabriel, which was discovered in Mecca in 2016. And that's also concurrent. Actually, it was discovered before then, but the Russians were tasked to get rid of it out of Saudi Arabia. And it is on record that a Russian fleet docked at Jeddah, the main port on that side of the Red Sea near Mecca, and then beelined it straight down to Antarctica.
So what is
to be followed by all these elite?
What is the Ark of Gabriel? I hadn't heard that one before.
Well, it's about the it's similar to what we have heard the Ark of the Covenant is. It's this ancient technology that is still intact and still works. And this was what caused the crane to collapse. And that killed a bunch of people, like a dozen people. And then they came across this thing and it had some kind of energy emitting from it. So they sent down an archaeological crew to extract it. And they were able to do it to a certain degree, but then the thing lit up or whatever it did. And that's what killed the 100+ people that they said was part of a stampede. It was really that it got this blast of energy, of whatever kind of energy that was, that killed the people, and they used the stampede as a cover story. So then they knew they had to get rid of this thing because Mecca is the number one holy site to Islam, and they tasked the Russians, who Putin obviously knew what it was and took it on, and that's why Patriarch Kirill went down immediately following. They had to stash it in Antarctica at an old Nazi base, as the narrative goes. Shortly thereafter, you have King Carlos of Spain going down there. I'll just name them all. This is all around the same year or two, 2016 and 2015. Former House Speaker Newt Gingrich and his wife. Then you have John Kerry going down there on Election Day 2016 as a climate champion. But I know someone who works at the McMurdo base, and was there when Kerry came on a big U.S. Air Force cargo plane, and they came into McMurdo. It was a big hubbub to have a sitting Secretary of State come down, and it happened to be election day. You'd think he'd have something to do in the U.S. for the elections, but no, he's in Antarctica. And then John Kerry goes missing for several days. Well, they flew inland somewhere to an undisclosed location and came back a couple days, refueled in McMurdo, and then they were off. So they think he was going down to these large bases that are run by the elite. And he was basically checking in and saying that Trump won the election. We're going to have to deal with it. They're called the Interplanetary Corporate Conglomerate. And remote viewers have also seen these cities. And there's 6 known locations, mostly along the western Palmer Peninsula region. But some of them are actually close to McMurdo. And so it's presumed that Kerry went to one of those. And there are these giant under ice with geothermal activities, corporate run secret space program bases that are based out of Antarctica with fully working underground bases with a heat source being the geothermal activity. And there are many fault lines and volcanoes that intersect in Antarctica.
You know, I really hope that continent melts before I go. You know,
what secrets it'll have.
You don't really want to say that, but boy, I really do hope it melts before I go. I want to be able to see all the cool pictures that come out of that thing melting. What do you think, Jared? Wouldn't it be cool if Antarctica melted?
I do my part every day.
Yeah, right. I want to get out there and spray some hairspray in the air. I'm going to help. I want it to melt.
You know what? People don't think of Aquanet as a history saver, but it was. For those that are old enough to remember, Aquanet. What? So I know you're going to be speaking at the convention here at 5D. You mentioned the super soldier, board, the conversation you're going to have on that. Do you want to tell people about that a little bit, about what we're referring to in reference to super soldiers?
Yeah, so this Friday, it'll be the first day of the 5D event conference. I'm the panel moderator with 4 super soldiers, although they like to call themselves enhanced soldiers, but several of which have recalled their memories of being involved with the secret space program. And we're going to get into all that and what it was like to be a super soldier and how they're enhanced on Friday night. And then I think I'm also moderating the UFO panel. I'm doing my secret or hidden anomalies of Antarctica talk Saturday and my mystery of the giants talk on Sunday. So I'm appearing all 3 days. I'll be there the whole time, usually at my table signing copies of books. And I'm so happy the conferences are starting up again. I've missed it, and I like to meet people face to face. So really looking forward to this weekend. I'm leaving on Wednesday and meeting up with some friends at a hot spring. And then we're going to zigzag through Death Valley on Thursday, the day before. And then after the conference, we're going to do a stay up all night and watch the skies near Area 51 in a town called Rachel, Nevada. A friend of mine's got Gen 3 night vision goggles. So maybe if we see anything, you guys can have me back on and I'll tell you what we saw.
Awesome. Too bad there's no way to really record through those things, huh?
You can put a cell phone up to it. If it's close enough, you can catch a little bit of recording, but yeah, it's hard.
Yeah. So if you can get something on video, that'd be awesome. I guess this is just our after show. So let's wrap it up. They're not going to be very long. We try to keep them about 20 minutes. And just in case somebody's listening to this that hasn't listened to the first show, go listen to the first show. It's episode 77. It's in the normal channel. This is just the after show special. So Brad, why don't you tell everybody again where they can find you?
Sure. If you want to know more about me and the projects I'm working on, you can go to www.bradolsen.com. And if you want to see the books I write, best go to cccpublishing.com. And there's a form there if people want to get in touch with me. Use the form on the CCC publishing site. That'll come to my email. And got the conference coming up, and the new book, Beyond Esoteric, Escaping Prison Planets, just come out. Can order it off the CCC publishing website. Those copies come through my office, and I can sign copies for people. Or it's available. I like to push people in the direction of supporting their local bookstore, having them order it rather than the big retailer named after a tropical river in the Brazilian rainforest.
The CCCP, that's Russian, isn't it?
CCCpublishing.com.
Yes,
right?
CCCP. I know what that is.
Yeah.
I'm just messing with you a little. Well, anyway, thanks for sticking around. Certainly do appreciate it. Jared, you want to give a shout out to everybody and let them know your website?
Yeah, it's notaliens.com. You can get my book on Amazon, of course. Also, for a few dollars more, you can get a signed copy. And of course, there's the members area, exclusive interviews, and so much more, along with the new Rockfin channel. You can go to Rockfin and check that out. And of course, we're always on YouTube here at Conflict.
Awesome. And everybody here knows where to find me. If you're subscribed to this channel, you already got me figured out. So we'll just leave it at that. Batten down the hatches and be safe, everyone. All right, guys, we are back, and that's going to do it for us tonight. I guess there's a ton of people in here. I wish I had more to keep you all going, but that's all that I've got with Brad Olsen. Make sure you subscribe. We actually have him scheduled to come back on next month, and that'll be a lot of fun. We always do our shows live, and we'll be back, I guess, in just a few hours at 7:30 Eastern time. We're going to be doing season 2 and episode 6 with Les Velez, and I guess that's just a little bit from now, about 14 hours, I guess. So I'm gonna wrap this up, get some sleep. Hope you guys enjoyed. Remember, guys, batten down the hatches and be safe.